It's okay.
No. These are the two phone jobs. That the only new. I think we just yeah, but face to face is trainer.
One morning, finding you.
Morning, Prof. How are you?
Are you fine?
I'm good, thank you.
Hey,
How are you?
well, I've not seen you in a while.
Yes.
You travel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. How are you? Long time.
Hey, Emil. Yes. How? I'm good, and you? Fine. This is we don't hear much of you. Yeah, I'm around. I'm there. But I saw your name in the program. I said, oh, Emil is still there. You're still in Joburg, or you're here with us now?
Still in Joburg, but I'm a few.
I said, oh, Emil. How's your other one, Paul?
Paul is good. He's a lecturer.
His bits. Okay, you managed to break through.
Yeah.
With all the resistance.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, somebody will realize it.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you again.
Yeah. Are you presenting?
No, I'm not presenting. I was too late. I was late. By the time I got
Colleagues,
the place of
I think we can start in the interest of time. Question mark. Yeah. All right. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. It seems like our energies are low this morning, but I do understand. Monday morning, in particular, can be a tricky day for most of us. I do know this personally because usually on Monday, this is the time when I start reflecting on some of the bad decisions I've made over the weekend. So I do get it when energies are low. Colleagues, I'm looking around the room and I see that we have quite a decent attendance. Granted, given the fact that this is by far the busiest time for most academics. So your attendance is highly appreciated this morning. I think it would be a miss on my part not to acknowledge our colleagues from Welcome Campus who are joining us virtually. And I see on my screen, we only have 2 participants. Colleagues from Welcome Campus, please make me at ease. Are you able to hear me from this side? Anyone from Welcome?
There's no one.
Yeah, it seems like there's no one. All right, colleagues, a very warm welcome to our Prestige Research Seminar. This is really exciting for us to be back in this manner. You would recall that the last time we had our face-to-face research seminar, this was pre-COVID, so we're almost making reference to 3 years ago. So it's really exciting to engage in this manner and also to keep up with some of the research activities that are taking place within the faculty. So this is really, really exciting. My name is Mr. Mokwena, and today I'm your program director. I had a chance to have a look at the program that has been compiled by Prof. Chipunza's office, and I can say that it's going to be interesting, having looked at some of the research topics covered for today. We're going to dive straight into our program. I'm now going to call the Dean of the Faculty of Management Sciences, Prof. Strydom, to do the official opening. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, Mr. Mokoena. Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your attendance, and I'm sure the welcome colleagues will also join us soon. It's my privilege to welcome you all to the 2022 Prestige Research Seminar of the Faculty of Management Sciences. And as LG already said, it's very exciting to see you face to face after quite some time, and after the pandemic, and it's really a privilege to be here. It's always a highlight on our calendar, the Prestige Research Seminar. It's an annual event where our researchers in the faculty showcase their completed research with us. May it be a result of studies or independent research. Because as a faculty, we believe that conducting cutting-edge research provide dedicated support for world-class research development, and it also provides an opportunity for emerging academics and researchers to become seasoned academics and researchers, well-rounded leading scholars in the fields of discipline. So as such, to actively participate in research as an academic or postgraduate student in the faculty means that you contribute to growing the profile of CUT as a leading university of technology. It also means that you are participating in problem solving and applied industry, business and citizen science, and that you also participate in creating new nowhere through discovery and application. As a faculty, we are really grateful and happy because the culture of research has tremendously grown over the past 10 years, and it's evidenced by the number of staff who are either registered or who have obtained higher qualifications, as well as those who participate in supervision and other various research-related activities. And we're also proud to have our own research center, the Center for Entrepreneurship and Enterprise Studies, which was created some 2, 3, 4 years ago. Our wish as a faculty is, however, to see more sustained growth in research outputs every year through the participation of all academic staff members. We're not even close to that target yet, where we want to have all staff actively involved in the research. And also the conversion of our research into commercialized ideas, processes or systems, so that we are seen to be contributing to developing more economically and socially inclusive research frameworks that are not only supportive of global sustainable development, but also to facilitate the use of research as a vehicle to support innovations. Let me then welcome the following people in particular. First and foremost, Dr. Tawanda Makuyana, our guest speaker from Northwest University. Please feel welcome here, sir. And we are really looking forward to your keynote address and your contribution. Thank you very much for availing yourself. All the staff and students from the Faculty of Management Sciences who have taken the time to be present today, and then a specific word of welcome to the presenters of the day. Thank you very much for sharing your research with us. HODs, assistant deans, academic staff and students from other faculties, I'm not sure who all may be on the cloud. You are most welcome. The same with staff from the University Library, the Institutional Research Office, visitors from industry, government entities, small business sector and civil society from outside CUT, who have come to grace our seminar, maybe also on the cloud. And then also colleagues in management who may take some time in between their meetings and activities to join us. Please, you are very welcome. And last but not the least, I need to
to also mention Professor Chipunza, the main organizer and his whole team. Thank you for putting this together again, Prof. Where are you? Well, now there he is. Thank you very much, Prof. Crispin, to you and Rita Bile and everybody who helped you. And I'm very spoiled because I don't spend a minute on this because I know it's in very good hands. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy the day with us. And my wish is that this seminar will be a resounding success and may all fruitfully engage and learn a lot from the presentations that are going to take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Colleagues, Prof has already indicated that in our midst we have a keynote speaker, and I'm now going to call upon Prof. Kocht to do the introduction for us. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, LG. Good morning, colleagues. It's so nice to see all of you, and nice to have an face-to-face presentation and seeing our researchers and our students. So I want to introduce our guest, our keynote speaker of today, Dr. Makwanda. Welcome to CUT. Welcome to the Free State. So he has a PhD and he's a socioeconomic researcher at the Northwest University. He earned a PhD in economic and management sciences with tourism management with the Northwest University in 2019 and graduated 2020. His current work, output contributions, article publications, book chapters, international conference forum discussions. In practice and academics is his curriculum development, inclusive education, primary and tertiary, workplace decency and well-being, aging and disability inclusion. His background in tourism and hospitality as a platform that fosters diversity and development from a vast dimension, while rooted in community cohesion. Hence, he holds an MCom and a BCom honors degrees in tourism and hospitality management. In this regard, once co-owned a tourism operation organization and a guest house from 2012 to 2015. He then decided to be more of a social entrepreneur that could facilitate children and young people to pursue their dream through educational empowerment by establishing an ECD and primary school environment to grow into a high school and tertiary institution in a remote rural area of Mambaragwana in Chipinge. Sorry, I didn't pronounce that very well. He works with the community, particularly the previously vulnerable ones, while practicing his professional employment experience gained from being a lecturer at a hotel school, Harare Polytechnic, from 2010 to 2014, which led to his appointment into the leadership management at the same institution, and then initiated and led the department in the field mentioned above at the Manicaland State University of Applied Sciences as acting head chairperson from 2018 to 2019. Such endeavors refined his strategic management, academic, social and industry research skills, business acumen, leadership, networking, stakeholder relationship development and management, and the resource mobilization like fundraising for community-based projects. In 2019, he was selected as one of Northwest University PhD students to participate in the Isewati Research Project, Germany, South Africa International Education Exchange Program in Poland. Such activities refined his efficacy is in effectiveness in capacity and capacity to engage diverse population segments in different social, cultural, and economic environments of the various backgrounds while achieving time-set bound objectives. In his postdoctoral engagement, he is working with SME owners by disabled people as a research and development consultant. Secondly, as a volunteer research advisor for the National Council of Persons with Disability. And thirdly, as an advisor committee member for the Tourism and Events Department for the Central University of Technology. Then Zimbabwe Young Scientists Academy versus the Global Young Academy of Scientists. Added to the above, he was involved in international research projects like UNDEP partnered projects, which included Australia, Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities, and Disability Evidence Portal in the UK. So a couple of international partnerships as well. So Doctor, we are looking forward to hearing from you. It seems you have got quite a lot of industry stakeholder engagements, and we like to hear from that within the tourism fraternity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a very wonderful introduction. I would like to acknowledge the Dean and the team that he leads for the Faculty of Management Sciences here. And I would like also to give a special acknowledgement to our acting head of department, Mr. Clerk. Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this prestige seminar. And I think my job is to present or to share some kind of platform for us to engage in conversations, and also maybe in the long run set a research agenda that can somehow probe for research. So before I start to get into the theme that I was given to share with you colleagues, I'd love to maybe to pay a certain respect to my supervisor or my former promoter, who is now late, Prof. Semen. It always feels, these times like this, I kind of miss him because we used to be together in such events. But I think I will try to share what he also imparted in me. Thank you. So my discussion is going to be around leveraging management sciences, innovative and entrepreneurship research. In this manner, I put it as in the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic. And this brings us to the aspect of, I want us to have these as agendas that we're going to be guided in our conversation. I think as we are going to get into the conversation, please allow me to bring that teacher in me to come out. Right, so we have 3 agendas that we are going to look at in the conversation. The first one, it's basically we are trying to highlight on the management sciences and how it was impacted by COVID-19, which gave birth to what we can say at this moment, to say management sciences can have leverage or can leverage innovativeness from an entrepreneurship research perspective. Then the second aspect that we would like to talk about as our agenda, basically we are looking at the global north and the global south. How those local socio-economic opportunities came out of this pandemic that we once were in, and that which management sciences, as a kind of like a group of occupational and professional approaches, can leverage on that. Then the third one, we want to, or let me put it this way, I set it as an agenda to say, what's the way forward? Because life needs to go ahead, and training and industry needs to relate so that they can speak to each other and leverage on these elements. So from there, I like to, usually my presentations are basically in question format, so that we probe ourselves to think and maybe generate conversations. So the first aspect that I felt it's necessary to look at, basically, it's what constitutes management sciences, that which training providers should be concerned about. And from this aspect, I was looking at it from the element that management sciences are let me put it this way, it's a bunch of skills that are aimed to address, let's say, for example, accounting issues, that are aimed to address business management issues, that are aimed to address marketing issues. And in that, tourism also as a sector is also significant. So with that, training providers are there to bring an anchor or an anchoring platform that anchors the business society or business community. And how does this become reality? It becomes reality in the context that training feeds in what the industry needs. And in this context, there were a lot of dynamics. We are going to talk about that calls for the training providers to really reposition and readjust themselves to look at how can industry leverage on those opportunities. Then the second aspect that I thought we need to talk about is how research plays a central aspect for the management science growth. And basically, from my understanding, research is not something that is new to us. And when we speak of research, we are trying to say, let's dig in so that we can get evidence that can support whatever activities that we feel we need to do. So within these management sciences, that's where we are talking of researches in terms of, maybe let's give example of revenue management. How can we bring the revenue management approaches to make to bring more value to organizations? And within that, remember, COVID brought up certain approaches that were unfamiliar to us. So as research, we probe in to say, how does that bring forth value? Then from there, we look at basically innovation and entrepreneurship. And I'm not interested to define what innovation is or entrepreneurship, but what I'm interested in is for us to bring up the aspect that COVID-19, it kind of disturbed what we used to call innovation. Because if you look at it from a generic perspective, you'd find that social media became a thing. Where, for example, from my background as tourism, we now have travel agents who are very active in social media. And such brings threat to the conventional way of doing business by travel agencies and tour operators. So all that innovation and ability to identify opportunities from the local community that one is stationed in, it plays a significant role. And in this manner, we are looking at people from who have been, going through a lot, that they feel like, no, we need to travel. But somehow, because of, for instance, Google has got Google Travel. So what does it mean? It means there is more direct interaction between the client and the provider. So what's the implication? It means now there is need for more entrepreneurship within that aspect of tourism. And how can it be without research? How can it be without that investigation of feasibility? How can it be without bringing forth elements of management sciences? Because we need to rope in accounting systems. How can auditing be done in such systems? So all this, it's coming forth. And these are residues of COVID-19 pandemic that we as academias, as teachers, we cannot ignore that. Because if we ignore that, it means our products are failing to be relevant to what's happening. And on the other hand, the industrialists or practitioners, they expect a well-rounded product. And they expect to learn. Because they'll be like, you are the guys who are coming from the port. Teach us. So all this, I'm trying to position management sciences as very vital from a research angle, however, without undermining entrepreneurship as an overarching concept, not as like a narrowed element. So from there, one thing that we need to understand is the spillover effect of innovative entrepreneurial research. Now these concepts are getting, okay, I've twinned them because somehow you cannot speak of entrepreneurship without speaking of innovation. And when we speak of innovative entrepreneurship, we are now talking of how can something new come off our normal traditional marketing approaches. And remember, the conventional textbooks of teaching and learning, they tell you that we have certain marketing approaches. But if you look at how COVID disrupted everything, some of those principles, they're no longer operating. You cannot, yes, they are foundational and fundamental, but they need refinement in the local context. So from there, I got interest to say, let's look at entrepreneurial research in the Global South. And basically Global South, we are looking at majority of them, they are African countries. And definitely we cannot speak of African countries without speaking of South Africa, because South Africa, as much as it feels as if some things are not okay, it's still the captain of Africa. So from this, we look at, there are elements that we want to really dig in within that concept. We ask ourselves, what are the drivers for innovative entrepreneurship from a soft and hard skills development approach? Because the moment we fail to first figure out the drivers, we might not really understand the concepts. And the moment we fail to understand the concept, it's difficult for us to groom the students that we are teaching. So what does it imply? First thing that we need to look at is, let's take on a nexus, or let's bring up an understanding of the relationship between entrepreneurial research and industrial productivity. The situation at the moment, if we keep on looking forward to corporates are de-sizing, corporates are retrenching, corporates are even failing to create platforms for growth of individuals that they have employed. So what does it mean? There's need now to bring up a clear relationship to say, if there is an opportunity that serves a niche, how can we develop evidence to support that this niche can sustain production? And from there, the moment we figure out the relationship, it's now easy for us now to rope in or to put in place what needs to be done and where. Then we need to bring up feasibility, or to ascertain the practicality of entrepreneurship. You shall pardon me because I'll be skewed towards tourism. We need to bring that feasibility in terms of a low resource setting. For instance, how can we develop a travel system that is surrounded by corporates, that is surrounded by other SMEs. However, we need to make sure that we optimize the little that one has. How can, for example, we set, let's say, a travel agent. At the moment, okay, when we were at college, we were told you need to have a computer. You need to have a telephone line, the landline. You need to have a printer. But at the moment, there are tablets. There is Wi-Fi. So there is need now to look at what's feasible in a setting where not everything is accessible. What's feasible where you cannot, as let's say, an entrepreneur might not be able to access a loan, but there is a niche. People who want maybe to travel to a certain area, but they cannot be served by corporates. So that's where issue of feasibility from a research perspective comes in. And there we need to look at the areas that we need to first position for innovative entrepreneurial research for the industry and community growth. So what it means is we are not saying let's take a blanket approach. No. We need to make it strategic. Which areas are more feasible now? And what makes them feasible now? And which areas need to be tackled as time and environment allows? So from there, it's now much feasible to interrogate the dynamics. Because if you speak to an entrepreneur today, he or she can tell you that entrepreneurship is not something that it's so easy. But as researchers, that's our role, to look into the dynamics. There, we need even to segment them in such a way that we can bring it clear that it's feasible to have innovation in terms of entrepreneurial research that brings output that add value to the local economy. Then from there, we need now to get on to something covered up my screen. So what I'm trying to bring forth here is, as much as we are speaking of innovative entrepreneurship research or entrepreneurial research, we don't need to ignore the aspect that we are in the fourth, or we are pulling through in the fourth industrial revolution, whereby everything it's based on Internet of Things. Everything is coming to be based on the internet on its own. So from there, what does it imply? It implies that there is more of, we are operating in an inclusive village. Everything is more geographically dispersed, but it's almost like together. So there, that's where we need to look at the inclusive processes, the procedures. And when we are talking of these procedures, we are saying, let's also investigate, or let's research our consumer tests, our markets. Because as much as the global village is concerned, and innovative entrepreneurial research is concerned, somehow there is a drift of market behaviors that was caused by COVID-19. Let me give an example. I was talking to a colleague in Germany. He was telling me that at the moment, they are discouraging long-haul traveling to the point where it's expensive to travel for a long distance as compared to domestic traveling. He was telling me that there is issues to do with focusing on aging as an element that is not being taken to throw away, but to bring back, to the point where Canada has gone to the point of trying to bring back the people who were retired years ago to come back to be part of workforce. what is the implication? The implication is, as long as innovative entrepreneur research forgets and ignores that, it might miss out a mark, because the labor market is changing, the consumer market is changing. And from a tourism perspective, if you look at it, regardless that majority of statistics speaks of the youthful travel, if you look close to the report of Department of Tourism in 2019, almost 66% were people who are above 55 years. So what I'm trying to say is, as much as industrial revolution is coming through or is here, and we as innovation or innovative researchers, we need to take note of that. If you look at the change of business approaches that are happening now, SMEs are mushrooming to the point where someone can have a backyard production in his garage or a garage, sell something through TikTok, delivers that product to the client. All that, it was not familiar before COVID, but now it's becoming the norm, whereby when you are in your office, I'm trying to make us relate, whereby you are in your office, you can order food. They come, they deliver. But way back we used to go to KFC during lunch. So all this in terms of entrepreneurial research and innovation, we need to bring up elements on how leadership, management styles, indigeneity affects this. And when we're speaking of indigeneity, we are saying there are issues that are mushrooming within the society that were elevated or that were uncovered because of COVID-19. That which, if we ignore that, still the entrepreneurial aspects might fall. So from that aspect, we need to look at information. And by the way, Global North is still composed of a combination of knowledge and resource economy. It's different from the Global South. The Global North, at least it's more on information economy. But what does it imply to innovation and entrepreneurship? It means there is need for evidence that supports intelligence. And let me take you a bit. At the moment, whenever someone speaks of intelligence, majority of us will think of artificial intelligence only. But in this context of South Africa and African countries, it goes beyond that. There is what we call as community intelligence that entrepreneurship can ride on. There is what we call as workplace intelligence that people can ride on. If you remember very well, I think wherever there's a generation gap in terms of workplace, usually the mature will be like, we used to do things this way and it used to yield. And the younger generation will be like, no, we want it this way. That intelligence that the mature generation has, it's as important as the one that the young generation is. And until that is researched on and tapped in, it can just go instinct. But there is wisdom in that can grow entrepreneurship. So from there, we need to look at entrepreneurial research in connection with employability. Because as much as management science is concerned, it's composed of professions that which needs employability, or that needs to be developed or coined in such a way that when one acquires a qualification, you quickly fit into the economy. So from there, we look at the labor market. What's happening in the labor market? I always share this with my colleagues, that it's said when I finished my first degree, I still remember, I looked for a job. Then I was told by this other, he owned a travel agent. I think it's still operating, it's called Shadow Travel. He said, Tawanda, the qualification that you are having is the same qualification I'm having. but you want me to employ you as a tour consultant. Do you know that? Then he took my transcript. He said, in your transcript, do you know that majority of your modules is hospitality, and you want to be in a travel agent? How do you see it? I was in pain, to be honest with you. I got then engaged. By then, he was my former chairman. He's now based in Botswana, Professor Chikuta. I engaged him and said, by then he was still a mister. And I said, I'm failing to understand, I'm failing to secure a job. But when we used to be in class, we were taught these are the prospectus jobs that you can have if you acquire this, if you get this. And he said, Tawanda, you need to face reality. Then it happened. I then joined teaching. Then when I was going through, I realized it's clear that when I'm to be in this teaching field, I just need to do my master's. If I manage to make it, by then we were forced to pursue a PhD. There's a clear path. That's what I'm trying to share with you. To say, in academics, there is a clear path. But in non-academic profession that are in the management sciences, there are a couple of programs that have got a clear path. For example, accounting, auditing. There is a clear path. But those are not immune from entrepreneurial engagement, because not all corporates can engage all of our graduates. There's need to rope in entrepreneur in those professions. And coming back to my field, it's still, I used to share with some colleagues to say there is need for someone to do work to bring order, and it's part of my research interest to bring decency by bringing on a clear career path. To say when someone has got a certificate in hospitality, the industry should understand to say, oh, this person can do this, and what it means. Even the remuneration, we can negotiate with that person from this point. Just as chartered system does. When someone acquires a chartered accountant's qualification, they know that this person is capable of doing 1, 2, 3. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say entrepreneurial research needs to incorporate labor market issues. It needs to incorporate human capital development issues, because unless those issues are tackled, we keep on breeding and perpetuating elements of unemployment, because they are just groomed to be there, but they don't know where they are heading to. So what does it imply? I brought up this aspect that came, according to research, it originated in South Africa, township tourism. It's part of an example of innovation or innovative entrepreneurial approaches where communities involved in tourism. But it doesn't need to end there. It needs to bring up issues of circular economy approach. And these concepts, unless they are coined through research, they can remain unrealistic in African context. So from there, I want us to have this conversation around the key aspects for sustainable, resilient, innovative entrepreneurial research. Because we are saying we have learned something from COVID-19, and we want to project our entrepreneurial research in the aftermath. How can it be resilient? How can we groom and also establish research that perpetuate sustainability and resilience? So I'm not going to define what resilience is, or sustainable, or sustainability, because I understand basically we are talking of that capability to be flexible when there is an unpredicted event, you can bend up and come back. The issue of sustainability is basically relevance that can grow into foreseeable future. So what needs to be looked into? The first thing is there's need to bring up the characteristics. The moment research uncovers the characteristics of entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial engagements that are innovative, it brings up issues to do with the critical success factors. Then it will be easy now for universities to bridge up that innovation with industrial production or productivity or prosperity. From there, we now need to look at profitability and wealth making. Why? Because all these, they are housed in the management sciences, but unless they are investigated from an innovative entrepreneurial research lens, it might be a challenge to bridge that gap. What does it imply? If you have had quite a number of people, they somehow are talking about irrelevance of going to school. If you engage youngsters at this moment, majority they desire to be influencers. Why? Because majority of them, they don't take time to go through and understand, to say there is evidence that one can be innovative and can prosper in a way that when TikTok is not there, still they'll be relevant. Because I look at these aspects from the issue of how profitable it is. How do you manage your revenue? How do you accumulate wealth? And that is very important, because unless evidence shows and gives guidance, when I'm talking of evidence, I'm talking of research, it will be very tricky to bring up sustainability and resilience and such. And remember, the moment we investigate on the issues to do with revenue management, profitability, we are roping in risk issues, and we are bringing issues to do with calculations. And all these have been existing in the management sciences. It's not something that is new. That's why I think when the organizer of this event, they spoke of leveraging, riding on something that already is existing. So from there, we look at research innovation or innovative research entrepreneurship. It needs to have or to establish a framework or matrix. I still remember when it was 2020, when COVID was still a bit harsh. We had a meeting. By then I was with the National Council of People with Disabilities. Then there was a conference on how to bring up, in fact, not a conference as such, but it was disabled people that gave a complaint to say, in everything that the government has done, they have forgotten people with different type of impairments in terms of interventions and mechanisms to make them survive the COVID. So that's when this seminar, it was a workshop, was called by the government, Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities. The aim was to develop a mechanism, but there was no mechanism. And the minister acknowledged that, to say there is no mechanism that can help disabled people to survive within this pandemic. So I'm taking up this as an example to say, when innovative entrepreneurial research is engaged properly, it can develop frameworks, it can develop matrix, it can develop protocols that can guide on how to carry out this and monitor it, evaluate it, because the moment we also do things without monitoring and evaluating them, we are going nowhere. So all that is critical. Then from there, we are looking at industrial practice for problem solving and optimizing opportunities. Sometimes we might not optimize a certain opportunity because we don't understand the depth of that opportunity. So this concept can perpetuate that. From there, we look at training, education training. We look at even issues to do with financing. I was eavesdropping a conversation about research and how it brings value, and I was like, yes, research can bring value to the researcher, to the faculty, to the university. We're going to talk about it as we get through. So I then looked at the value of innovative entrepreneurial research to a higher education institution, and I brought it as in vis-a-vis stakeholders, because I think we cannot speak of training and education in this entrepreneurial research without looking at the stakeholders. So there, according to research, basically, innovative research informs systems of knowledge. And when we are speaking of systems of knowledge, we are talking of knowledge generation, research on its own. Then we are talking of teaching and learning as dissemination of that knowledge. So somehow research can bring new ideas, and it's value addition to the institution. It can inform improvement of the industry on its own and faculty. So there I spoke of university ranking as a result of innovative entrepreneurial research. And remember, maybe I didn't highlight, this entrepreneurial research is not necessarily a department as per se. I looked at it from an overall element, because even in tourism, we speak of entrepreneurship. Even in accounting, I understand they also speak of entrepreneurship. I'm not an accountant, so I'm not really glued into that. But I perceive they also talk about that. So there, I brought issues about research output, because in South Africa, there is a system where DHT subsidize research output. And this has got a monetary value, number one. It has got, let's say, for example, when the ranking of the institution is implicated in this. Two, it has got implication again on the researcher himself or herself, because as you grow in research, you need to be rated, and South Africa have got a good system of rating. So this innovative entrepreneurial research is ideal for such value. Then we spoke of research consultancy. There's something that I observed in South Africa of late, that research is being appreciated more and more, to the point where organizations, they are ready, if they are engaged properly, to pay for those services. So it's significant. And then also issues to do with community growth and industrial engagement. Then from a stakeholder perspective, we are talking of the first stakeholder that is important to us is the student, isn't it? We are speaking of employability. And it reminds me of this conversation that I was having with one of our colleagues from the school. I asked her this other time, saying, why do you teach? And she's like, I want to equip the students with knowledge. And I'm like, okay. Then it happened that there was another colleague in my network from a private university. I asked him, saying, but why do you teach? And he said, Tanda, your question is broad, because I have parents who pays fees that is almost 500,000. And those parents, when they pay the fees, they expect their kids to get something to pay back, or I want to call it return on investment. So then you then said, I can summarize your question to say, I teach because I want my product to be employable. And I'm like, whoa, these are lecturers, but they've got two different views. The other one is teaching to give the student knowledge, but doesn't care on the return on investment. The other one views return on investment as the driving force to teach a student. And I'm like, wow. So this comes as in to say innovative entrepreneurial research can propel that, whereby we engage students as an element of our stakeholder to bring them to realize their value. Then we get on to issues to do with research skills development and career growth amongst our colleagues. We get on to the issue of practical approaches. What's relevant, what's practical? Can we, for example, teach the food preparation on hybrid in a commercial kitchen setting? Those are the issues that we'll be like, okay, COVID taught us to say, yes, as hospitality people, yes, we can teach online, but can we teach a chef after a year that chef says, I'm a qualified chef with confidence when we do it online? And that's where innovative entrepreneurial research becomes of value, because you need to discover, to uncover the reality of that, to say, is it feasible? Okay, if it's feasible, how far effective is it? If it's effective, how far can the industry relate to that? Because we don't train and remain in a classroom wall. We need to bring off issues to do with the industry productivity and practical approaches. Then from there, we look at the groomings. Innovative entrepreneurial research can actually propel or enable the grooming of entrepreneurs. How that type of research can bring up new ideologies and ideas, can bring up new philosophies that can even influence our curricula. So what I'm trying to say here is, in the long run, stakeholders, they also desire to have a clear path where, let's say, it's a general manager who will be like, it's a general manager for a hotel, he has got a clear understanding to say, if I take a graduate from CUT, definitely when he or she is starting, she's capable of doing this and that. And can we propel growth in that career as an organization? So from there, I brought a summary basically on the value that can be extracted from this. I spoke of that research being the backbone for our programs, spearheading industry-related market research or industry-skewed research output, not just producing output for the sake of producing output. For example, not writing an article for the sake of making it academic solely, but making it to be practical, because there are journals that actually I was laughing at. I submitted to tourism management. It's one of highly esteemed journal, and I got a response saying, Tawanda, your paper is addressing on practicality, but we look at theory. And they referred me to Tourism Perspective. It's their sister journal, because they say this sister journal is the one that looks at tourist experiences and the practicality. So what I'm trying to say is, there is a call that is coming forth, particularly from our government departments, to say, let research facilitate to fill in critical our skills gaps. Let research fill in to address business approaches that can yield value more than just conversations. So this is it's a summary on how value we can extract value, and at the end of the day, bringing up a better ranking for our university. So now the question that I said I would like to bring forth as the third agenda, that's where we are now, as I say, what next? What should we do so that we can pop up a research agenda in this regard? So what we are saying here is, I developed this conceptual framework whereby I'm saying we need first, from entrepreneurial research perspective, need to consider that we need to value skills development, and on its own, it's an element that we can probe in for research. There are a lot of facets under skills development in terms of entrepreneurial research. We need to look at indigeneity issues. There are a lot of issues. Maybe let me give example on indigeneity so that maybe we can shed more light. When we look at community development tourism, I said I was skewed more on tourism. There are issues that emerges to say, let's say we want to look at how the national park or a park relate with the community. There are issues that are buried within the communities that they would say, we grew up hunting in this area. We used to take herbs from this area. And if we ignore that in our entrepreneurial engagement, for example, community engagement or community development, we can miss the point, because we won't address the root cause of poaching, for example. Why poaching? Because they are maybe, it's speculation because I don't have evidence for that. It might be because they are like, you are not listening to us. We will poach those animals that you value, so that you see an indicator to say there is a problem, we are suffocating. So there is need to investigate in these aspects from an entrepreneurial view. There is issues to do with intelligence. I spoke of community intelligence, artificial intelligence, workplace intelligence. All that has got so much to do with how innovative entrepreneurship can survive and grow. We speak of interpersonal interactions. It's more skewed to the employees, how they interact. It's skewed to even organization structure. In the presentation, I spoke of leadership styles, management styles. Those interactions has got so much to do with how innovative research can bring value and can make productivity to thrive. So I made them to relate because they speak to each other. And the aim of bringing this like this basically is to probe, to say, as researchers, we need to think along these lines and check on to say, okay, while we are trying to thrive for entrepreneurial activity, creativity and innovation, are we taking note of these few examples that I brought up as of value? Because they have everything to do with labor and consumer markets behavior, intents and loyalty. Where do we make profit? Profit comes because of loyalty, behavior, intents, where one says, oh, I've consumed a product from this institutional organization and I can refer to my family members, to my cohorts. I can visit next time if it's a hotel because I enjoyed myself. And all that has got so much to do with entrepreneurial creativity and innovation. Remember, in tourism in Australia, we used to say, a wow today might not be a wow tomorrow. So you should keep yourself abreasted that if a visitor, a guest comes to our establishment, as in, let's say it's a hotel, what impresses her or him, tomorrow he should come again and see something again. Wow. So that, you know, because we are humans, we change. As we interact, we see other things. It changes the mindset. And that should not be taken for granted in entrepreneurial research. So from there, that's where I brought up the arrow that shows inclusive tourism, inclusive community development and cohesion. I brought up issues to do with profitability and performance. I brought up issues to do with optimal sales and revenue management. So, in my mind, this, if we can conceptualize this and contextualize it to our expertise, that's why I didn't put tourism, because that's my area. I made it a bit generic so that we can contextualize and see how we can somehow bring value out of this into research and from research perspective. So from there, I think we can have conversations, questions, comments, compliments, and remarks. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for a very insightful and engaging presentation. I think your keynote address here this morning speaks to the very same idea that higher learning institutions needs to focus more on innovation and entrepreneurship. And I think critical to that, it is research. I have so many questions, but I think we have quite a lot of people who might be, have some few questions. Certainly, there's so much to dissect from your keynote address. Colleagues, I do know that we have to take a short break, a tea break, but I think it would be amiss not to engage on this keynote. So I'm going to allow for a few questions coming from the floor. Colleagues from Welcome Campus, please do feel free if you do have questions. So we're going to start right here from the floor. I'm not sure if there are any questions for Dr. Tawanda. Colleagues? Here's a question. Go ahead, Prof.
Can you please go back to the conceptual framework? Thank you for doing this. Actually, I always say, if you cannot represent your thoughts in a conceptual framework, then you are not going to be able to. Thank you for concluding in that way. I think there can also be an arrow from optimal sales to profitability, because that is the ultimate end. That's a suggestion.
Should I answer? Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Definitely, it is. It's just that this was just setting an agenda that people can probe and develop research angles from on that. Thank you so much.
Colleagues, any Prof?
I have 3 questions, but I'll ask 2 for now. Thank you for a thought-provoking presentation. I have 2 questions. One of the questions relate to indigeneity. If I understood you correctly, indigenous knowledge systems, for example, they could be quite useful in terms of advancing mainstream innovative entrepreneurship. But maybe the challenge that Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa, is confronted with is that the current architecture of research does not seem to appreciate the particularization of knowledge, especially knowledge from the South. So how can we then draw on mainstream innovative entrepreneurship research to maybe help reverse that pressure to focus much on value, on research that is normally universal, Western developed, and that centers on the global north. Because even the top journals that you were talking about, they are not from Africa. They are in the West, and some of the top editors and sub-editors of those journals are also from the West. And they don't relate in any way to our own context. I hope you got my question. How can we then begin to use, for example, indigenous knowledge systems to maybe mainstream our innovative research so that it finds and expresses a voice on the global stage? That's the first question.
Sorry, can
Second
I answer
question.
that first so that I don't miss you? Yes. Thank you so much for that, and I think I will respond with even practical stance that I tried. I'm one person who believes in engaging. So the first thing is true. We suffer at a disadvantage in terms of research, where the so-called highly ranked journals, they don't have any African understanding. And from that perspective, if you still remember from the presentation where I spoke of establishing frameworks, matrix, that's the idea that I'm trying to sell. Giving an example, I once submitted an article to, okay, I won't use names of the journals. I think it's not ethical. And my article was rejected. And the comments they gave, to me, it was like they don't understand the South African context. Because yet I had given a context section where I was explaining disability inclusion in South Africa. So what I did there, I then approached one of the journals in South Africa. I think it's hosted by Stellenbosch. I won't mention the name of the journal. And I engaged the editor-in-chief, asking if there was a special call that would address accessible tourism. Because according to the research I've done at the moment, there is still a dearth in research from a tourism inclusion. So, as you were asking to say, what's the way forward? I felt, as much as this seminar is concerned, it's a call that I'm inviting you, my colleagues, to say, somehow we can actually try to develop and share our knowledge in our own African-based journals, that when we speak of indigenous African knowledge, they can relate. For instance, definition of poverty in Africa is different from the one that we use, that Americans gave us. Sorry to sound a bit nasty on that. But we have, if you speak to my father, he has his hut and a cow, he's not poor. He tells you, I have a house, I have wealthy. But according to European definition of poverty, he's poor. So I agree with you, Prof, that innovative research that we are talking about today, I think it's a trigger for us to start, instead of DHET has got accredited journals, right? Instead of recommending them, it's good that they pay subsidies for those. But in terms of ranking, pertaining to rating, they are calling for us to publish in top-notch journals. Who told them that they are top-notch journals? It's the West, it's the global North. That's why I brought the issue of North and South, so that we can start to think as researchers to say, we can develop our evidence based knowledge and share from our own African based journals that can grow. And one day they can be top notches for our research, because gone are the days where we take pride in copying and pasting, because it doesn't work. It reminds me, I had a flashback. 2018, there was a doctor from, I won't mention the American university, who had a presentation at Northwest. It was on wildlife-human conflict. She presented, and by then, with the late Prof. Semin, we had a concept that we were developing on that regard. So after she gave the presentation, she was asked to say, how far practical is your approach to solve human-wildlife conflicts in South Africa? She stormed around. I felt as if it was a bit hard when one of the professors there said, can you guys allow us Africans to research and solve our own problems on our own? So still, Prof, I'm with you. This is a calling where we are saying, let's develop our matrix. We are not fighting anything, we just innovate and bring that indigenous knowledge to value. Because we are missing out a lot of problem-solving approaches because of not really taking indigenous knowledge system. Thank you. You can go ahead with the second question if you answered.
Okay, thank you. The second question relates to one of your slides on where you say that maybe we should start by understanding entrepreneurship, define it by its characteristics, and then move on to develop some critical success factors, and you went on and on. The question there, I hope I will not ask it in a roundabout fashion. Before we even go to the types of entrepreneurship, the concept of entrepreneurship itself is complex. I think you agree with me. And the types are in flux, because we could be talking about corporate entrepreneurship, we could be talking about necessity-driven entrepreneurship, we could be talking about opportunity-driven entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, and the list goes on and on. Now, if you look at the people who bear the brunt of unemployment, or the people who would be regarded at the bottom of the pyramid, these are largely people who either are in the informal economy or they are in necessity-driven entrepreneurship. But if you read much of the research area as well as the policy thrust of the government, the emphasis seems to be largely driven by corporate entrepreneurship. How we can build on opportunities and expand the businesses, think of growth, etc., etc. Now, how can we then begin to reconcile that difference between the government's thrust towards big corporates as well as opportunity-driven entrepreneurship, and the reality that South Africa faces of the large swath of people that are largely informed or guided by opportunity, necessity-driven entrepreneurship?
Thank you so much. Let me respond it by first agreeing with you that really entrepreneurship it's broad, and somehow some entrepreneurship that is not really corporate driven, it lacks policies and other supportive structure. And in my mind, when I was given this theme, that was the drive to say the agenda that we are setting, or the pitch we are setting with this seminar, is for us to start to think around those areas, to say how can we inform policy for a non-corporate type of entrepreneurship with its spectrum and facets. So remember, if you noticed, academia or training plays a very significant role, to the point where even that which the industry is now calling corporate entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship, it emerged from academics who wrote textbooks. So I'm tapping a battle stick to us all to say this is one of our duty, to say let's look at angles we can approach to advise policy making in this regard. Number one, let's look at how we can even create research evidence that can support confidence, because usually the non-corporate entrepreneurship, it suffers from quite a number of challenges, starting from the entrepreneur himself might not understand it. So in short, I'm saying I am triggering researchers to actually start to think along the ways to say, okay, how can we research so that one day, if we are to be or if it allows to engage the government, we can engage the government from this angle for policies to be reviewed or to be modified, so that the government can facilitate to create environment that can enable non-corporate entrepreneurship to thrive without being undermined or without being taken for granted. So thank you so much for that. I hope I didn't answer it as such, but I pulled it back to colleagues to say this one day we should speak of one of us. Maybe there is a research that was done that informs such progressive engagements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Colleagues, I think we are now going to take a tea break. So if you would like to engage with Doctor, you're more than welcome to do that during our tea break. So I'm looking at time. I'm thinking perhaps we should be back at 10:45, if that is okay. 10:45. We are back for the second segment of our program. So if we can be back by 10:45, that would be highly appreciated. Can we, for the last time, give Dr. Tawang another big round of applause? Thank you very much. All right, colleagues, 10:45 it is. You're more than welcome as you exit this door. I think our tea should be ready. Are you going to present? Here, the next one.
Why are we not?
IT assistance, I think let's do it later. Yes. Okay.
My point.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Ja. Das snap ik niet uit het lees.
Just now.
You here? I joined the team. No. Hey, Prof.
How are you? Come here quickly, man. You're younger, you can run.
How are you, Prof?
Career tea break. Work on it career.
Thank you. Thanks for your message. I appreciate it really.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much.
Ke la bua fela. But ha re shebe rona ke ya rona ho
I was very happy to see you in the HOD.
Abstract.
Where does this start off? Huh?
So let me just see where it is. So,
Kina.
But I can see
You can put in here.
But I think it's just basically just
where is this? Then I think
Get about 20 local
me actually
about
the HOD, not about you. So I think we must first set up a meeting. Were you in the meeting with?
It's nice.
Yeah, because actually what happened is, after that meeting with I realized so I spoke to Mpo. And Mpo asked me to see if we can organize a second. So they ended up. That came as a bit of a surprise that now
So what I'll do is arrange for a face-to-face meeting with me, you, and then you
Yeah.
that's been all right. Sorry,
It's part of the territory. You'll deal with it, don't worry.
all right, thank you for
Yeah.
Okay.
At least.
It's just all of those.
Al hierdie drade by mekaar trek.
That's okay.
Dankie, nee, moet my nie
But
so
I drink
bederf.
coffee in the
What's
morning.
an aqua?
I get over a sandwich. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for like it.
Fine, are you?
Where is the link? Online. More. Oh, this is the link.
This is yeah.
I get some more drink.
I can only count about tomorrow. It's about tomorrow.
You never know.
I went to one.
Over home.
Yeah, man.
Like you never know.
No.
Sleep on it. What's important?
I'm gonna turn this into my diary.
Yeah, maybe for another prof, ne?
Diary.
Oh yeah, diary.
Yeah, see what I'll call it.
That's our school.
Well, we are on
This
record.
is my journal.
We are on record.
No, it's not. It's just scriptures. Like every day, entries, every day.
Yeah, and then what's your personal diary?
I don't have a diary. I just write and here this is my journal.
There's no
Say your mind. You wanna get?
I don't.
Not feeling good in there. I don't know. I won't.
And I have my answered prayers.
Wow.
Hey,
Okay, when I answering comes up off. I have my affirmations.
Did affirmations?
No, my life.
oh, okay.
My prayer.
Yeah.
My life affirmations. This is my leader. This is what I wanna do. You know.
You also don't
I write every
Who told you about
writing.
no, like in your daily affirmations, like I'm positive, I'm successful.
Did you go for a class this
Comes
morning?
to me.
It's just in thoughts, just about
Yeah.
We have class around 5.
law of attraction.
Okay.
No,
I have one
Hey,
at
come on, the thing is, you never had because I can't follow always enough. I'll
Plus, I even have a meeting also.
I think it has just like writing.
Yeah, but they didn't declare it
That's something that's
as a
not
free.
Yeah.
No, it's not. First, I agree in the
They
Bible.
still expect us to do other things. Like this teaching
Yes,
Yeah, our high school.
the Christian papers for
yes,
instance.
yes.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah, not religious
There's a
Christian,
lot that we still know.
but the Bomadi Bible studies. So that's where we learned the Bible, no? And how to pray and stuff. So, and then I think into high school, that's when I started journaling, just writing down affirmations. Yeah.
That's what I want to understand. Who taught you about the affirmations?
I think we're talking with a friend. I'm no, my sister. Wangola.
I'm happy. I'm in a good mood.
No, not even then. There are cards for levels. My cards, that is daily affirmations, like manifestations, like writing down things.
What you want to have in your life,
Yeah, and you should be specific on writing
and be consistent about it.
Not even being consistent. Okay, last year, and be specific. I want this and this and this and this and this to happen. Because for me, I think when I was doing my first year, I have a file, and then I wrote everything that I would happen that year, 2019, 2020. So and then last year, I looked back on that file, and I'm like, I was ticking off almost everything. The only thing I didn't tick off is a car. But I still believe it's coming. It's not the
And
right
it's
time.
almost go kaselemo fela.
Go, I think I feel like from my first year to now.
When did you want to have a car? You want to have a car?
Oh, I wanted to have a car until my third year. Yeah. So it's stuff like that. So I don't know.
You know, pretty much say that you love your school and calling you.
Huh?
Well, you could say you could pretty much say that your life is going according to what you
It
want
is.
to
Like,
learn,
that's why I
what to
always
do.
tell people, I'm just like, it's just so important to manifest because now I feel like everything's going according to. Like, Corey, as much as there has been like trial and challenges along the way, but Corey, it has been like I wrote it already. Like, we could let's go like this time. Could work out from my honors this time. This year I'll be doing my masters.
So you can say,
So that's why I like if I get a pressure so much on this.
oh no, I get it.
So yeah.
I totally get it when it's overseas. And behavior. Yeah, how you don't want to know how on a reason, how let's think about it. On a face to face, it's online. The similar.
Dula. So demos. What about it? Okay, it's online. You can go. Samaya. You wanna go, you can go.
It's all about having to listen to what is being said.
Okay, I wanna see how you can go.
What do you say that, man?
How do you feel like going?
Yes, we need assistance here at Chapel.
Why about I attend online?
They are going to meet
Oh no, I don't know my intimidate.
because they want to demonstrate. I'm not even sure.
He was ahead of me at class.
So you will have to use the link.
I think about it. I'm not going to have expensive take fair. So when I get the project, I have a
I have
Hello,
no
Have one class in the
Why do
evening.
you feel like you don't belong?
I can't do it now. You have to get back.
let me just contact the facilitator, then I'll call you back.
Because I even have a committee meeting. The innovation, the what? Ethics committee. Are you part of that committee?
Okay, so you pop in.
The one that you lead.
trying to full time.
Hey.
Okay, that's under CES. This one, there's a
believe in total face-to-face online. Because in that,
research ethics committee at the university level. You're not part of it. It's 14 to 16.
I want to pee for them.
It's really a conflict.
Let me see.
Yeah, check. You know, Professor Chikunda, I think at the university level, they set up some committee on research ethics. The wanted member, Professor Chikunda, was doing.
Oh, from my side, no, I don't.
You don't have it. Today about all this, I may have to cancel one of the classes. Meanwhile, yeah.
I think I'm canceling.
Yeah, I'll have to cancel some of the classes today.
Look at the note we started.
Yes. Yeah. Meanwhile, we don't have much time, you see? Canceling is
Yeah, okay.
the tummy is.
Oh,
Kaya. No, it's just the software.
The software.
Yeah, which that one does not have. It's untakeable. That is that is the main reason. It's like I feel like the project from here. Oh, maybe that's another platform.
It could be, but
but you present the perfect solution.
if you join a laptop, okay.
Easy.
I hope it makes sense.
Perfect sense. You solve all the many problems in one sentence.
Because negisi sure hore na. Oko test re. Una le link e ke.
Where do I link it? I don't have it. Yeah. After I solve what I say about.
Ons kan weer 3 naam hier.
Don't go mail emailing.
Ek het die email.
Okay. If you need to double talking. Oh, I need a double one. So that
Yeah. Yeah. They want us to come here.
emailing ya gane?
No, I'm good. I had coffee in the morning.
Not very fast. I wouldn't. As what to remove? No, I would do that. Well, in the nature of my property, because there's a software here.
Oh, so it's okay.
We look up presentation from here. I need a lot of water. Really. Okay,
Sy nou soos in die hoog, ek raak so op. En ek kan nie nou opgetrap raak nie. Ek is so bang.
Yeah, I'll try to.
Ja, jy moet hard vlieg, jy moet nou dit was ook nie daar. Ek gaan so eers my op die hoek gevoel. Ek weet nie, ja, my sinne wees is op. Dan behoort te pak. Mag jy met jou? Nee.
Daai naam, ek dink mense
Jy reg, Anna?
Nee, hoor eens julle moet ons moet vir ons vashou. Gaan niks, julle sê net.
O, moet ons niks vra nie.
En na die tyd sê julle ook nie my tenses was verkeerd.
Die Hanlie dink aan 'n moeilike vraag.
Gaan jou baie vrae. Jy beter jou reg hou. Ek het ietsie hierso in hierdie fles. Maar nou beter. Ek sien se môre my alkoholvlak. Môre met 'n glas.
Ag, dit was so lekker.
'n paar foto's wat jy op Facebook gesit het.
Kom sien almal waar niemand luister in die hel. Daar is jou vraestelle.
Al die klein kinders almal. Dis 'n wonderlike voorreg.
Jy's bevoorreg.
Ja, so die goeie.
Hoe sê jy dit?
60 mense. Vier kinders.
Ek het my hoof geklaar, maar
Hulle het dit geniet.
Hulle het dit baie geniet en hulle het Jolene is nou nogal sy's
In advanced diploma, we have a project management fundamentals, eh?
Yes.
Okay, the students were mentioning it on Saturday and I was confused. So I know we had management fundamentals. Management fundamentals. Then there's project management fundamentals also. Okay. Because I was trying to agree a test with them. And they were saying, no, they will have it 2 weeks' time. They will rather 29, they will rather be on project management fundamentals.
Okay.
Nee, dit is want dit is 'n vreeslike stresvolle studie. Jy sit by min van die werk op
12.
My familie nou kom hier. Hulle kry Vrydag vakansie, maar die Maandag
Okay.
Now,
wat die mense is dit nou verby.
Okay. But that thing, will it be approved? Normally it takes some time, eh?
yeah, it takes a
Dis lekker memory.
Ja, dis goeie memory.
Yeah, but then that would mean targeting the first year, the full-time group or for all students.
Okay. He was actually saying other universities.
It's about it.
Chances are students will rather choose those universities so that they finish. Unlike doing it.
Okay.
Maar dit is nie
Those students, they allow part-time students to do it for a year.
Yes.
Aantrek die familie. Ja. Right, maar dit nou so
Nee, face-to-face op online.
mooi gelyk. Kunsblomme. Dis 'n kind. Daar is 'n
I'm not even saying.
basically kunsblomme.
maar daai goed word meestal so mooi gemaak. Jy moet presies aan dit vat om te sien. En hier het dit nou uit.
Sussie vir haar het geskenk. Want sy het mos daar gevra.
So, don't you know
Hulle
about
groot voelere van daai blomme. So dit was basically.
Ek sê ding met dit in na die tyd.
Hulle gaan dit nou verkoop in die winkel of waar gaan kry. Ja, so nou net gesê hulle het dit vir haar ja, as 'n geskenk geleen. Alles.
Amazing is dit.
Want dit het net so mooi ons gelyk daai effek wat jy kon kry en die ou het ook vir ons gesê met vasblomme.
I have shown that you are fit. Oh, you have come down.
Yes. Ek het nie gesê van dit doen dit eers.
Ek het ook nie gedink nie, maar hulle het dit gedoen. Sy het dit gebeur, laat die gaan dit gebeur. Agter moet op. Sy het my gedink dit. Jy moet ook nog 'n bietjie.
That was the so it's update them as well.
Oh yes,
That's why effective. Who come? Yeah. But let's see what will happen.
And you start to have like
Amazing. Hoe lekker. Ja, goed.
Yeah, I have joined. Yeah.
What I'm telling you, go ahead.
I don't know whether I have to.
But let me just use that.
I think maybe 6.
Oh, that okay.
Since we pay the hand,
Super.
simple.
I can give you that drie.
I failed it. Exam, like.
Selfe vloer, alles. Kijk, toe ek daar kom toe Mone hoor, toe wil hulle 'n passagier insit.
I kept it. The way they kept
Ke
shebo, refresh.
Jy moet gesien met my gesig gedoen.
That's the idea I get.
Kan nie gehoor so reg.
That time, I don't know that instructions are doctors.
Ja, dokter sê vir my, lyk of ek by my koes en
And I did write 2 out of 4. So, I think one under 6. No, and I'm not getting.
I needed 3 hours. No problem.
Your progress. I'll find your way.
If I'm going face to face, I'm so glad I didn't.
I will go to the semester. Second semester was in
Oh, zo lekker.
Wakker, helemaal wacht.
Als het dat
You are the one who said it.
Oh, you don't know that's a hand.
You never reclaim your I didn't say. One of class 5 I just saw a picture.
Oh, I will.
Only the boys, yeah.
But somewhere I had a photo of what it looked like.
I hope you will listen now.
We're saying we're free now. If it doesn't look nice,
Yeah, and then picture one is.
Oh, I can see that you must use some makeup.
Yeah, I would rather look bad than wear makeup. Look at this.
yes, it looks like somebody did some drop on you there.
I hit the ground with it. That was the
Thank you. How are you too?
Next morning when I woke up, I was eating.
Metsi a botle. Ka bona ba ne ba tlodisa di-table.
I was with people.
Drink and want to get you.
Okay.
All right. Welcome back, colleagues. Welcome back. I hope that you've enjoyed your tea. We do apologize if you were looking for something stronger. Prof. Chipunza is listening. I'm sure he can organize that next time. Colleagues, we are now going to head straight into the main segment of our program. If I may say, very interesting topics. And if you've had time to glance over our program, you would have seen that we have different research categories. So we have mid-career, we have master's, PhD, and then we have our postdoctoral research. I just want to say to our presenters, please remember that you have 20 minutes for your presentation. And to our colleagues who are here and online, I think we're going to save Q&A for a little bit later on. So immediately after this presentation, we're going to move to the next one. I'm waiting for Stefan, our next presenter. He has a very interesting presentation that requires someone with the knowledge on how to do all this Zoom technology. So if you can just bear with us for a minute.
Eh?
All right, colleagues, in the interest of time, because we were supposed to start with the mid-career, and our presenters for mid-career research, we have Dr. Hlalele and Dr. Henama, but unfortunately, Dr. Henama will not be joining us, so we only have Dr. Hlalele for that category of mid-career research. So in the interest of time, while we're waiting for Stephanie to come and assist us, I think it would be best to move on to the second category, which is masters. So I just want to check if we have our first presenter, Ms. Mulebati. You are present. Thank you very much for saving us. Colleagues, so we're going to dive straight into, again, just because it has echo. Thank you. All right, as she makes her way to the podium, in the masters category, our first presenter, Ms. Mulebati, she is here representing today the Department of Business Management. And the title of her presentation, Modeling the Determinants of Green Buying Behavior Among Millennials in South Africa. Please, let's give her a round of applause. Is that fine? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Well, it's a surprise that I got called onto the stage without, being prepared for it. But it's fine, we move. So one of the first things that I would like to say is that I'm feeling excited to be here today. And well, to begin my presentation, there are two questions that I would like to ask you. You do not have to say the answer, right? It's just for your own thinking about. So the first question is related. Can you hear me, Clayla? I feel like you can't hear me. Okay. Thank you. So the first, I'm sorry. So the first question is, do you think that the world will change, say, in the next year, 5 years, or even the next decade? And the second question is, do you think that, we can end hunger or achieve gender equality or even hold climate change? Well, according to the governments of our world, yes, we can. You see, I got called here so unexpectedly, but it's fine. So, in 2015, right, the leaders of the world made a big promise. A promise that in the next 15 years, that will be now 2030, billions of lives will change and no one's going to get left behind. So this promise that was made is related to the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. Now we are in 2022, so that means that we are 7 years in and 8 years into the journey. And the reality of the matter is that the clock is ticking. And if we do off track now, it may become a bit harder and harder for us to hit those goals. Right? And I believe that some here could be familiar with the SDGs. And for those that aren't, I would like to present them to you. How do I go to the next slide? So we have 17 goals, right? Ranging between no poverty and peace and justice in the world. So these are all a comprehensive plan for the future of our world. Oh, I click on this. So ladies and gentlemen, as introduced, I am Pearl Molebati, a master student from the Welcome campus under the supervision of Mr. Ngoy and Professor van der Walt. And the research that I will present here today is titled Modeling the Determinants of Green Buying Behavior Among Millennials in South Africa. Well, going back to the previous slide, our study directly corresponds to the SDG 12 and 13, which is related to responsible consumption and production as well as climate action. Now, just to go through the layout of the presentation, we look at the introduction and problem statement of the study, as well as the literature review and the methodology that was adopted. And then we look at the empirical results that were derived. And then lastly, we'll look at the contribution, implications, and recommendations made by our research. So looking at the introduction and problem statement, I believe that one of the hardest topics in today's world is related to sustainability. And we undertook to study sustainability with relation to consumption, right? And in literature, it says that majority or consumers at a global scale have become pretty aware of their need to preserve the environment in which they live. And therefore, this need has then resulted in them wanting to engage with the green products, right? However, majority of research that was conducted has been in more developed markets, supporting what Dr. Tawanda said. Majority of research has been conducted in more developed markets, which then sends the message that the situation is arguably different in the African context or continent, right? Therefore, to fill this gap in literature, the aim of our paper was then to investigate the determinants of green buying behavior among millennials in South Africa. Now, moving over to our literature review, green buying behavior refers to the behavior that directly benefits the environment as part of the shift towards sustainability. So an example of this could be engaging in buying the green products. So green products in literature are also known as eco-friendly products or organic products. And these products have the attribute of not causing any harm to the environment, right? And then our study undertook to study specifically the millennial generation. So in literature, there are conflicting views onto which precise year the millennials were born. So in our paper, millennials were the people that were born between 1980 and 2002, which means that they are now presently between the ages of 20 and 42. So now you may wonder why focus on the millennial consumers, right? So there has been a shift that has been noticed towards what is called the millennial moment. So this moment specifies as a moment in time where the millennial consumers will dominate within our political and economic spheres of our society. And then additionally, a report, how do I, wait, excuse me. I just want to drag this. Okay. So a report by the United Nations has also revealed that Africa is the only region in the world where the youth population is increasing, and this increase is said to be at 52% by the year of 2050. So I believe that undertaking a study that specifically targets such a generational cohort is important so that we can learn to understand the behavior of these consumers, and which will then enable us to influence their behavior into the future. Now, the underlying theory that was used in our research was a theory of planned behavior as coined by Edison in 1985. And the theory of planned behavior was used or developed as an extension to the theory of reasoned action. So the fundamental basis of the TBP is that intention is the fundamental determinant of whether a consumer wishes to engage in a given behavior or not. So there are numerous studies in literature that have proven the applicability and the robustness of the TBP, thus demonstrating that it can be applied to a variety of industries, and situations. Now moving on to our research model. Now, if someone would come and say that they have a perfect plan on how to influence consumers to engage in sustainability, right? That could be true, and there could really be geniuses if someone could just come and say they know how to do it, you know? But in order for us to be certain about how to influence them, we have proposed a research model so that it allows us to know what works and what doesn't work. And in our research model, we have 7 variables, that being environmental awareness, environmental attitude, social influence, product knowledge, perceived price, behavioral intention, as well as green buying behavior as the dependent variable of our study. So considering time, I'm not going to go individually in each of the constructs of our research model. Now let's look at the methodology. So from a quantitative approach, from a positivist approach, right? A quantitative approach with a survey research design was employed. And in order for us to conduct data, a self-administered online questionnaire was used. And our sample and sample size included 324 millennial consumers of South Africa. And in order to determine the adequate sample size that was required, because now SEM, structural equation modeling, was used mainly to assess the data, recommendations by Hay et al. Consider that model complexity should be taken into consideration when determining the sample size for a study. And these authors recommend that an optimum sample size of 300 respondents is adequate for a model that includes 7 constructs. So since the proposed model that we had consisted of 7 variables, the sample size of 324 respondents was considered accurate, as larger samples allow for more accurate parameter estimations. Still continuing with our methodology, using IBM AMOS, a mediation analysis was conducted with the purpose of determining whether the IVs, or the independent variables, right, can be mediated by behavioral intention and green buying behavior, respectively. And then an analysis of 200 bootstrap samples was conducted with bias-corrected confidence intervals of 97%. So by using the confidence intervals, it was therefore estimated that there are 95% chances that the mediation would occur. Sorry if I sound like I'm speaking technical jargon or something related to that. So now we move on to the empirical results. So first we'll look at the descriptive statistics. Again, there were 2 types, descriptive and more, why am I forgetting my words? Yes, thank you for that. So with regards to descriptive statistics, the results show that majority of the participants that undertook the study were between the ages of 22 and 26, where females were the most dominant category of gender as opposed to males. And with regards to qualification, most respondents had a degree. And in the online survey, respondents were asked to indicate the frequency into which they tend to buy the green products. And the results show that nearly half of them, which was 48%, did so sometimes. And this was followed by those who were not sure whether they did buy the green product or not. And then only 11% of the respondents indicated that, can you please? Yes, so I just drag it. Okay, thank you. So only 11% of the respondents indicated that they rarely buy the green products, and only 4% replied that they do not buy the green products at all. So So moving on to goodness of fit and the validity of our measurement model. So first, right, central tendency measures were used in order to conduct the overall analysis of each of the constructs that were part of our study. And before we could examine model fit indices, a normality test was conducted in order to confirm whether the model could be estimated using the maximum likelihood method. And from the results, it was revealed that the assumption of univariate validity was met. So since normality was supported, we could then confidently use the maximum likelihood method in order for us to assess the model fit. So the results of our measurement model are thus presented in the next slide. So here we have both our models, the initial model and the final model. So in the initial model, not all the indicators fell well within the acceptable thresholds, right? So the model was then modified, and from the modified or the final model, all the indicators fell well within the thresholds. So therefore, the model had good fit. And then, along with that, convergent validity was also assessed to measure the extent to which a set of items only measure one latent variable in the same direction. So the results show that convergent validity of the measurements through AVE estimates were above the normed 0.5 as recommended by Hare et al. And from the results, all the factor loadings are above or equal to 0.5. And the results of our convergent validity as well as reliability are shown in the next slide. So in the third column, we have factor loadings. So it's pretty evident that they're all loaded above the normed 0.5, right? So this means that our model had good fit. And then again, discriminant validity was assessed to measure the extent to which constructs discriminate from each other. And with discriminant validity, the square root of the AVE is expected to be above the inter-construct correlation coefficients. And in our study, discriminant validity was therefore assessed by comparing the correlations between all the pairs of the constructs with the square root of the AVE of each of the constructs. And from our results, it was shown that there is no discriminant validity concerns between each of the constructs since all their AVE square roots were above their respective inter-construct correlation values. I feel like I'm speaking French. So yeah, in this slide, then we have our correlation matrix to assess discriminant validity. And now, because our model had good fit, right? This then allowed us to load all the constructs onto the measurement model, firstly. And then because now we also got positive results, it then gave us the green light to go further to test the structural model. So from the structural model, the fit indices were satisfactory. So it could therefore be concluded that the model fits the data satisfactorily, right? So because of such results, the structural model of our study can therefore be used with confidence to test the research hypotheses that were formulated for our research. And now in the next slide, we'll see a depiction of our structural model. So in this slide, we have our structural model. So it shows that the model explains up to 42% of the variance of behavioral intention and 68% of the variance of green buying behavior. So now looking at the mediation results, firstly, it was found that behavioral intention partly mediated the relationship between word-of-mouth influences, that is social influence, and green buying behavior. And then secondly, the results indicated that behavioral intention fully mediated the relationship between perceived price and green buying behavior, while it partially mediated product knowledge. And then lastly, according to the results, the relationship between environmental influences and green buying behavior was partly mediated by behavioral intention, while no mediation occurred for environmental awareness. So in this slide, then we have our depiction of the results derived from our mediation analysis. So in this slide, now we have hypothesis conclusions. So I feel like this is where we could spend a bit of time, but I'll still keep the 20 minutes in mind. So if you could just allow me to just do this. So hypothesis 1 was not supported, right? So while we hypothesized that environmental awareness would have a positive and statistical influence on green buying behavior, the results, or rather our hypothesis, was not supported. This means that improving environmental awareness among millennials in South Africa will not translate into the improvement of their buying behavior towards green products. So despite this negative result that was found, I kind of feel that this relationship should not be overlooked, as there are other factors which could influence such a negative result, such as the availability of the products, right? And then secondly, we hypothesized that environmental attitude would have a positive and statistical significance onto green buying behavior. Well, because attitude, right, is cited to be one of those factors that influence consumers to engage, we did somehow hypothesize that this relationship would be true. However, it was not positive. So the same result, the same analysis will also relate to environmental attitude, since consumers could have a positive attitude, but because of the unavailability of the products, right, then this does not result in them wanting, or rather engaging with the green products. And then further, I feel like you're looking at me and considering time. Okay. So again, okay, let me just highlight on the supported ones, right? So social influence was supported since consumers are known, or it is rather supported in literature that consumers are influenced by those that they are closely related with, right? So this therefore does not come as a surprise that this hypothesis was supported. And then also product knowledge was supported. Social influence also had a positive effect and statistical. No, I can't really rush myself.
Statistically significant.
But it's fine. Hypothesis 8 was also supported that social influence does have statistical influence on behavioral intention, again considering that consumers can be influenced by those that they have close, or they are in close proximity with, right? As well as hypothesis 9, where we hypothesized that product knowledge could have a positive effect on behavioral intention, and hypothesis 10 and hypothesis 11 were also supported. I feel like I'm just rushing it, but I'm not really saying anything about it, but it's fine. And then going on to our last part of the presentation is contribution, implications, and recommendations made by the study. So the contribution of this research lies in its ability to develop and test a model that explains green buying behavior, thus augmenting our knowledge on how this phenomenon manifests in a developing country such as South Africa. And the study's findings especially have implications for marketers in emerging African economies such as South Africa, who now have an opportunity to tap into a significant new market, which is the millennial consumer segment. So through the findings of our research, this consumer segment had sent a clear message to marketers that we too care for the environment, right? So now what we are saying here is that in as much as marketers could make the product available on the shelves in the stores, they should also try to come up with marketing, communications or strategies that appeal to the younger consumers. So do not only make the product aware, but also try to make them, aware of this product and influence them, therefore, to engage with the products. And then from a policy point of view, the South African government has previously made some strides in the development of environmental policy. For instance, one of the goals of the government's white paper of environmental policy of 1997, this promotes the education and the empowerment of South African people. So the goal of this white paper was specifically said to increase the awareness of the people of, and they were concerned for, and environmental issues, and also to assist in the development of their knowledge, skills, values, and commitment necessary for them to achieve sustainable development. Therefore, that was a mouthful. So therefore, the insights from our study can be helpful in shaping the country's ongoing environmental policy interventions. And now one of the main limitations of our research was that it was cross-sectional. So this implies that the findings are limited to only a particular point in time. It is therefore recommended that future research could use a more longitudinal research design to investigate some changes in factors influencing green buying behavior of African millennials over long periods of time. So this last slide brings us to the end of my gospel, and I would just like to say thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Malebati. Let me just quickly.
I want to see my face, but I can't on the project.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can we give her another round of applause? Thank you very much. To all our presenters, I'm going to be very strict on time. One thing that I forgot to mention is while you are standing here, please just take a glance towards your left. When you're left with 5 minutes, I will be raising a board just to indicate that you are left with 5 minutes. I'll also do it a little bit later when you are left with 1 minute to basically say you need to wrap up your presentation. Dr. Hlalele, is this you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So let's welcome Dr. Hlalele. We had to skip him a little earlier on. So he's representing rather the Department of Business and Support Studies, and the title of his presentation, Quantitative Data Analysis for Novice Researchers in Management and Business Sciences, an SPSS counterpart. Certainly looking forward to your presentation. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and my greetings to colleagues with protocols observed. First of all, like when we get the title of my presentation, mine is actually a demonstration of a particular software that is actually a counterpart to SPSS, aimed at assisting novice researchers and those researchers that are basically of qualitative nature but have an interest in moving towards the use of a quantitative approach. So therefore, the reason for me to present this was that I sort of found it difficult some years ago in trying to understand certain aspects of quantitative analysis, basically trying to look at certain concepts, Now, I thought of the novice researchers to say, how much more difficult is it for them to try to switch from qualitative approaches to quantitative? And one of the greatest barriers, when you look at SPSS, for example, it is actually there in our computers at the university, but the last time I checked, it was sort of lost some license or something, and that was the last time I checked. But then another issue that I looked at was that if one has to possess that, it may be difficult to get that because of the cost. And again, if you want to run analysis like the structural equation modeling, you have to buy an additional add-on like AMOS, which is an extension over the existing SPSS. So that is can be quite costly. And I remembered at some point I was one of the nominees to go and attend a training in Gauteng to learn structural equation modeling. But then it could not be rolled over to members of the faculty. And then I thought deep to what is it that we can come up with that actually tries to eliminate some of these challenges. And I'm now here to present JSP, which is a counterpart to SPSS, together with its extension AMOS. JASP is one of the powerful softwares that can be used together with one called Jamovi. These also have a SEM module or extension. Also the machine learning, but at free cost. It's an open source software which can be consumed by members of the faculty. Well, the first thing to do is, we know you have your data, capture it in the following manner to say, of course, this is just the responded number 1 up until n. And then this is your question 1, which could be a question in demographics. Could be you are looking at the gender, male, female, maybe you coded your male as 1, female as 2, and so on, until question n. Then what you need to do is to save your Excel file. You save it as JSV file, because JSP will only read certain file extensions. If you save it like your XLSX, it will not read it. So you save it as your JSV MS-DOS. That is one of the files JSP can read. If you don't save it like that, it will not read, it will not take it. It is JSV MS-DOS. Oh, CSV MS-DOS. Yeah, so that is the situation. So you save it wherever you want to save it, maybe on your desktop or my documents. Once you have done that, then I just want to remove this. I don't know. Once you have saved it, no problem. Then let me bring JSP then. Now you just Google, search it, get it, and then I'm not projecting. I have something that I have, or I have to stop this one, most probably, and then share this one. Sorry for that. Yeah, once you have Google searched your JSP, it is here, then remember you have saved your file where you captured your data as CSV MS-DOS. Now you just have to click here and then computer and then browse wherever you got it, you saved it and then load it. So for me, I'll just take this on recent files just for demonstration purposes, and then you load your file. Your file will be important to JSP. Then this is your data. Now when you look at this, I'll do this quickly. Once you have installed your software, it will be as basic as this. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 modules. Now, there are other modules that you can add. When you click on this plus sign here, you click here, you'll see that structural equation modeling is here. When you click it, you activate it, it becomes part of the modules that you can use. And then there's also networks here. There's also a number of modules that you may be interested in. Machine learning is here as well. So the moment you check them up, they become loaded in that particular bar. So then you are free. Then let's just explore. Remember when you are capturing your data, you had responded number, gender, whatever variables. So in this case, you were capturing your data in terms of 1, 2, 1, 2, in terms of male, female. So your data will come like this. 1 if that was female, and then this is 2 if that was male. So it will be like that. And then it should come like this from your Excel sheet. So now you want to take these values back to what they meant, like male, female. So you click on the variable of choice, and then if 1 was a male, then rename it to say this is now male. For each variable you want, whatever you want. Then this is the case, and once you click up there, everything is just changed. Then you can click back on the very variable that everything is okay. So you see that maybe the first part is for demographics, then other parts are for the main data. Then JSP is so smart that it detects the kind of measurement, scale of measurement. Now you can see that gender is actually categorical or nominal. So you see those little circles there. It shows that these are sort of nominal variable. Even when you look at B1, this is on ordinal scale. Agree, disagree. So you don't have a situation whereby you have to know, is it ordinal, is it interval, no. You just load it, and JSP is so smart that it tells you the kind of variable it is. And then even when you run the analysis, it will not allow certain scales of measurement to say, no, you cannot use the chi-square test for independence using the scale, whatever. You'll have to get the difference, the association between two categorical variables only on nominal variables. So that is how smart it is. So now, what you do here, we can quickly do descriptive statistics, just to demonstrate. Descriptive, you click there. Now, once you click there, you see, it gives you the data window and the analysis. This is the analysis window. So what you do, if I want to analyze, to have the descriptive analysis for profession and experience, you just click, highlight it, and then push it to the variable section. Automatically it's running the analysis on the other side. Automatically. Now, even if you, let me take this one as well, take it there, look at it, is just doing the wonderful work on the other side. So that is how nice it is. And then when you are done, you are satisfied, you just click on this drop down arrow here, and then you click here, you click, you copy, and then paste it on your MS Word document. And then the tables are professionally, nicely looking. You don't have problems of tables that are having cells and the likes, and you see, everything becomes so smart. And then, let me take them back. And if you want to learn about a particular module, like descriptive statistics, you see here, there's information here. When you click here, there's information about descriptive statistics. It gives you some lesson. What is it all about? How do you interpret? Exactly, it's like you have a tutorial built in this. And then you just move. So let me just remove all these things. Yeah, now I'm back. You also have t-test. If it so happen that you want to use it. Regression analysis, it's here. Frequencies, let me do frequencies here. Contingency tables. You have contingency tables there. And then I can decide to pair profession and age. Push it there as a row, and then take age, and then push here as a column, and see what happens there. You have another analysis between age and profession. This is just a chi-square for independence test. And automatically the chi-square test is there, and the results are almost highly statistically significant with a p-value of less than 0.05. Am I right? Yeah, 0.05. And you can do this, you can draft the same table from your Excel, the pivot tables. You can do that. But then, after that, how do you analyze that table? You can analyze by scrutinizing it through the table, but then the chi-square is there to tell you whether there is some association between the two variables or not. It may be difficult for you when you just look at the table and then to draw some inferences. So with this, it's wonderful. It supplements whatever that you would see. Then let's say you are done now. Now let's look at the factor, confirmatory factor analysis is here. And then what you do here, you need to change your variables. You see here, there's some kind of a ruler. But then all these variables are nominal, categorical, and ordinal, sorry. Categorical and ordinal. But then you need to change the variables, especially B1 up to B5, to be scaled, such that they can be tested for confirmatory analysis. So quickly, when you click here, it takes you back to the data window. So then I can change this to a scale. Scale actually is a combination of interval and ratio at the same time. That is according to JSP. So now I go back to do my confirmatory factor analysis. And quickly, now if the factor here was entrepreneurial intentions, then I type it, entrepreneurial intentions. Then I push all the manifest variables that were used to define that, to see if actually they belong to that particular factor or cluster. So I can just press here and highlight all of them, and push them into that particular stuff. And automatically is trying to analyze the model fit here. You have no problem.
Sure.
This is the case. You can see that all this, if you look at this, it depends whether you use the p-value or the z-value to determine whether those manifest variables actually belong to the latent variable of choice. So that is the case. You see that all of these guys belong to this particular factor or cluster or construct. Then you are fine. Then you can take this table, put it on your Word document, halala, things are nice. So that is it. Then quickly the structural equation modeling is here with mediation analysis. Mediation analysis. So maybe in the next time I'll not demonstrate the structural equation modeling because it involves some Lavan syntax programming which we need to do as opposed to our Smart PLS. You also have to pay. It is true that Smart PLS you can take monthly something and analyze after a month it is gone, but the fact is you have to pay. This one is free. And then just if you know, you can understand the simple linear equation y is equal to mx plus c is enough to run the multiple regression analysis, which is exactly the structural equation modeling. The only difference is that the structural equation modeling incorporates the latent and manifest, all of them together at once. So there is another lecture, or not lecture, presentation that I can make that counterattacks the structural equation modeling through the normalization of variables. That is Iyengar-Sudarshan methodology that is used in econometrics. So that one actually aggregates the manifest variables to what? To represent the latent in such a way that even the reordering is observed. You know that sometimes you can ask a question in a particular direction and reverse another one to be asked in it. So the normalization takes care of such reverses, the minimax normalization. So, and then from there, you just run multiple regression analysis and you are free out of the woods.
Sure.
And the results are comparable. With that, thank you very much. I think the program director is on me. So much more can be said. Well, I'm generally done, okay. Once you have done this, let me see. You have a number of, you can click here, you see, and see, include the mean structure, assume, so many things you can just include here. Even the plots. But because I just have one construct here, I cannot have any plot because I need to have at least two to see how those interact. Yeah, so basically I was just trying to give the, the demonstration. And again, assumptions here can be checked. Let me make an example here with independent t-test. Let me just take this variables for whatever test I may be interested in. This is it will not make sense because now I'm just pushing variables here without them making sense. But then what I was saying, normality tests are here, and then even equality of variances. And even, you can even request a non-parametric test right here. If key assumptions are not withheld, then you have a choice, either to transform your data or run for non-parametric test. You are out of the woods again. Thank you very much. I think I'm done.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Hlalele, for. I'm tempted to say you talk about this software being free. I also want to thank you for a free class. And I am not too sure. I'm sure the SPSS guys cannot be happy with this presentation. Definitely going to get a lot of questions a little bit later on. Colleagues, we... Yes.
Sorry, aren't we allowed to make comments or
ask
questions?
You said at the end.
At the end?
We are saying it at the end, so you can just note them down.
Okay.
No, write them down, Desiree. Write them down.
If you allow me, I can break the protocol. Okay, let's just quickly do that.
But then it must also...
Yes, I'm thinking about Ms. Molebati.
No, we are saying questions.
Let us quickly do that, colleagues. Our previous presentation, is there anyone who has a question for Ms. Molebati? Green buying behavior. I guess one of the things that we have to talk about, maybe not part of your presentation, what they call the greenwashers. You know, those businesses that deceive consumers into thinking that their products are eco-friendly.
Yeah, they oversell.
Yes, so I'm wondering where does that fit in terms of the green buying behavior?
And now greenwashing is more specifically related. I know it's marketing, right?
Yeah.
It's more specifically related to advertising, where it is that they oversell that their products are so good, they do not harm the environment, so on and so forth. But I feel like there is one concept that we can address later.
Unpack it later. Absolutely. Thank you very much. It seems like you don't have. Do you have a question for her? Yes. Yes.
It's not a question.
Noted, Prof.
It's just also maybe a concept that might be necessary to look at. In green business, sometimes there are cues that consumers are given, for example, endorsement. Have you looked also into that? Because it plays a role in informing the consumer. For example, in tourism, there is green bubble. So whoever who sees that endorsement automatically knows that this organization confirms to these 1, 2, 3 aspects towards greening.
But what I know, like, I'm not sure if this will answer you, but I hope that it does. With regards to green products, right, they have specific, say, labels on them. So these labels will then enable the consumer to know that such a product is does not cause any harm to the environment, such as a recycle, reuse, the triple R, and as well as the recycle logo and other stuff. But I feel like not a lot of people are more knowledgeable about it. So,
Okay, I'm going to take Prof over there. Prof Frida, you are noted. Prof, do you wanted to ask a question?
Yes. Yeah, maybe one is a classification question, the other one is a
please remember that I'm new.
It's a serious question. Okay, I'm just joking. I think you mentioned something like hair and others 2014 recommended sample size. After, okay, I got that. After catering for the non-responses and the missing values, I do a 300.
No, we got valid responses from all 320.
Oh, okay. The second question relates to control variables. I don't know whether you control for things like social class, because if we use, for example, income as a proxy for social class, I don't think people in different social classes respond to the same level of price sensitivity, especially to green, in relation to green products. So, did you consider things like social class, maybe income as a proxy? That's number one. Geographical location, because I don't think people residing in the rural areas would respond the same way, because maybe in peri-urban areas to we would have the same green purchasing behavior. And the last one is apart from geographical location, gender as well. If you were to consider gender as well, so that's the question. Did you consider some of those as some of the control variables?
Yeah, I'll try to remember all that. First, with relation to, we already addressed the 324 respondents,
Yeah,
right?
you addressed that.
And secondly, you asked about
Control,
control.
and social class.
So, our study was sent out to different provinces, right? Because then we outsourced to an agency where they used some of their databases to create the matching. So it was not only like focused on a specific geographical area. The study was open to South Africa as a whole. I'm not sure if.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't want it to be a conversation between us. Maybe just finish and then maybe I have a follow-up question.
So from the results, of course, like you stated, that people from the rural areas cannot respond as those from urban areas, right? So from the results, it was found that of course people from like your Gauteng provinces and just that I do not include it in the presentation, where the more urbanized, if I can put it like that, regions, more people responded in such areas, as opposed to those from like the Eastern Cape and Limpopo, for example. And then I think the other question was price. But with gender, the results indicated that majority was females, right, as opposed to males. So we included both genders in our study to, of course, measure with part of demographics, right? We included gender, and that it did reveal that females participated. But it was not like a set thing that.
Yeah. Maybe,
Don't overthink it.
maybe
It's fine.
consider those. I think if you are intending to send it to a good journal or a top-ranked journal, you might have some challenges with the issue of control variables, what to control. So maybe you might need to relook into your data set and maybe consider some of these things, because they really have a bearing on green purchasing behavior. Because people don't behave, people from different social classes don't behave the same. For example, I think that was picked up in one of your findings.
Price.
Yeah, price as it relates to green climate.
Or intention.
Yeah, yes.
Because we find that other people do not engage in green buying behavior because of the price that is associated with them, because the green products are not cost more than their conventional traditional ones. Right? So of course people that do have money will not have a problem with that, whereas others that do not really have could be affected by it.
All right, thank you very much. Prof, if I can just maybe engage our colleagues from Welcome Campus. Prof. Frida, you can unmute yourself. You're muted, Prof. Frida. You're muted. Or could it be sound this side? If we can. Yes, Prof, please. Stefan, yeah.
Is he outside?
Is there any question? Let me just quickly see. Or it's the host. Our host must allow them. Perhaps a question for Dr. Hlalele, but I think okay, it's already been answered. Someone was asking what is the software, so we've already answered that question. How can they access this data analysis software?
Oh yeah, you can just Google search it. I've just sent the link right.
Okay.
Just Google search JSP.
All right, no, thank you very much. Dr. Hlalele has already sent the link for us to access the software. We have Annelem Koi who's saying that this is a very good presentation, but maybe we should have a more hands-on workshop, not just a presentation. So you have a job. So you are going to present this soon. Yes, Prof?
Yes, I just want to speak to what Annele has just alluded to. In fact, this is what is called a blessing in disguise, Mr. Dean. We've been looking for a statistician in this faculty, not knowing that there was one who is hiding somewhere.
I'm even better than him.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Exactly. I just want to say to everybody, in my own plan for the research office, there is going to be a workshop on data analysis, which I had planned for this year. So we are sorted. We are done. We have got a facilitator. We know what we're going to facilitate on. So thank you very much. That's all I want to say. We are done.
Okay, Prof. Frida, are we sorted? You can unmute yourself.
Stefan is coming. Can we probably go to the next? Sorry.
Okay, I can unmute. There we go.
Yes, there you go.
All right, good morning. I just also wanted to say congratulations to the presenter. Well done, Paul, on a very interesting presentation. You did very well. And my comment was just that perhaps you can advise us as a faculty on how we can improve on our green buying behavior and also on our product usage. Thank you.
A question for Ms. Mulebati.
But she's my supervisor.
Okay, I think there's a question. She posted the question in our chat box. I wanted to make a comment to say that she must please assist as the faculty to improve our green behavior and product use.
Now she's putting me on the platform. But I feel that one of the ways that this can be done is through education, right? Since, of course, when a person is educated about a specific phenomenon, then they can engage with it. So let's build awareness and equip ourselves with the knowledge of green products, because engaging with the green products, not only does it mean that we are protecting our environment just for today, but also considering the future of our tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a question for Dr. Hlalele?
Yeah.
Yes, Prof?
Yeah, mine is just a comment to add up to what Prof. Chapunza was saying. I want to challenge the assistant dean. It will have to be more than one workshop, but I think we have here a source that we can use to train all staff, all the researchers, all M&D students, everybody, and I have money available. He doesn't need to do it for free.
There you go. Commitment from the dean. And if I can just remind him that this meeting is recorded.
But I'm still under medication.
Ask the dean when he says, I've got money available. Is he going to pay Dr. Hlalele? Or what? What exactly are you saying there?
That is outside the meeting. I'm serious, there's money available.
No, thank you.
I think we have a question right over there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Emil.
Brilliant presentation, Dr. Clarele. You promised to destroy SPSS. No, I'm asking these questions. This is very good. It was a good presentation. I have been SPSS consultant for SPSS for quite some years. But I have two questions for you. First of all, because I'm using different tools for analysis, I know that each tool has its strengths and weaknesses. And I think, to be very honest, when we present a tool, we should always talk about the limitation of that tool, because there's no tool, okay, for having used many tools, there's no tool that does it all. So I'm interested in your software, and I'm asking, what are the limitations, the weaknesses of that software? Because there must be, like any other software. That was the first question. The second question was, is it you spoke about SCM. Do we have a visual representation of the confirmatory factor analysis, or we don't have a visual representation of the confirmatory factor analysis? And the third one was, is it a component-based or a covariance-based approach that this software uses? Okay. So 3 questions. For more honesty, what are the weaknesses of that software? Because they must be. There's no. Second question, is there a visual representation of the CFA? Third question, covariance-based or component-based?
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Seker. Starting with the last one, both. You can use both. You can use any. It is in such a way that you can select whether you go for variance-based or component-based. That is how strong it is. Number 2, there is a visual representation of the confirmatory factor analysis. There was at one point when I wanted to show that, because I just selected variables which did not just make sense because of time and just demonstration, I couldn't show that plot, which you could see the links between the latent variables. So there is visual representation of the confirmatory factor analysis. Even some model fits, even additional, your RMCA, your CFI, they're all there.
Okay.
Within just a click. In terms of weaknesses, honestly, I haven't seen any. Except I cannot say they are not there, but I haven't seen
all tools have weaknesses. Okay, thank you.
All right, I see a hand. Can we just maybe wrap up? Yeah, this is our last question.
Thank you so much, Nick. I just came now. It's quite an interesting presentation. I'm just adding on the question that was asked. The issue of the issue of credibility, particularly the fact that it's a free software. How credible is this particular software? In the sense that, can we really trust this software in a sense that it can't just compromise the data or even the kind of data that, can we rely on that in terms of its credibility? In most cases, most of the things that are free, you can have hesitations when it comes to
which can lead to limitations.
Limitations.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Mfugeng. Like I said, I wouldn't say much, but then this is one of the softwares that is used in big international conferences. For example, I'm attending one tomorrow in Mauritius, and whereby JSP and Jamovi, they are brother and sister, Jamovi, and Jamovi will be presented there. And they do almost the same thing, and it's also free. So, like I said, I haven't got into its weaknesses and credibility, but if it is used in highly international conferences, that may try to answer your question.
Colleagues, I know we have a lot to say, but I also want to balance things out. I see we have a hand from Velcom. Or is that a legacy hand? Please unmute yourself if you have a question. All right. Please feel free to... oh, there we go. Is it a host issue as well? Okay, we'll come back to that. Please, if you may, you can type your comment or question in the chat box, and we'll come back to that. Colleagues, in the interest of time, I know that you have a lot to say, but if we can just move on to our next presenter. Mr. Titisi, are you present? There you go. Thank you very much, sir, as you make your way to the podium. He's also representing the Department of Business Management, so this department is well represented today. The title of his presentation, Individual Cultural Orientation by Line Managers at Central University of Technology. So let me just quickly help with that. Let's give him a round of applause. Is it this one? Yes. Please feel free to move this slides.
I would like to thank the program director for the opportunity and my department actually for allowing me to come and present on my research topic even before it's finished. I need you to keep that in mind at the moment. That it's not published yet. It's still on the production stage. But at the final stages, of course, we've collected data and everything. So I have something to present about. Of course, I won't be presenting on the entire research topic. That is why it might look unusual at the moment. Well, this study was directed by Prof. Desiree Vogt. She's here. She was amazing in directing me so till this far. And my name is Mujalefa Alphonse Titisi. I'm doing Master of Management Sciences in Human Resources Management. Now, the actual research topic of this study is the impact of individual cultural orientation on human resources decision-making at Central University of Technology. However, like I said, the study is still at the production stages. Therefore, that is why you see the topic you saw on the brochure there. It's we are focusing on culture part of it. The decision-making, it will be excluded for now. Now, for the purpose of this research, let's just say the topic is individual cultural orientation by line managers at Central University of Technology. Now, I would like to first again thank Dr. Hlalele for coming first before me. Since last week and weeks before, I've been scratching my head up and down, going left and right, trying to think of how I should present. And now he reminded me of what actually I'm capable of when it comes to presentations. And I'm going to do exactly that. First, what motivated me to talk in this kind of topic, or the topic with culture, is that its relevance to our country as it is, South Africa. One of the most diverse countries as far as culture is concerned. And me studying and working at CUT also motivated that, as our institution is also diverse, just that like that. Therefore, it what actually drove me to actually coming up with a topic like this one. So to first understand the individualism within the concept of culture, of course you have to understand what culture is all about. And I'm not going to go on and on about what culture is. Now, the notion of culture, as you can see, they originated from the study of cultural anthropology. Now, it has been defined by many researchers in many ways. And to note a few, Hofstede, who looks at culture in collective, in a collectivistic way, and Schwartz, who looks at it in an individualistic perspective, which is where our research is based. In an individualistic perspective, we look at values and everything. Now, apart from anthropology, it can be traced back to the field of sociology and psychology. Now, with psychology, this is whereby now we focus on values and motivation and so forth. This is where our research is based. And we also have sociology, which mainly focuses on social morals and responsibilities within the concept of culture. Now, it is divided. The concept of culture, as it is divided into different levels, right? And to mention a few, we have national culture, we have organizational culture, and individual culture. And as you can, in all 3 points, I keep on indicating where our study is based. And on this one is on individual cultural orientation, right? So, in all these 3 levels that I just mentioned, now there are different ways in which culture can manifest in all 3 levels that I just mentioned. And Hofstede developed a model of the onion model that defines how culture manifests at different levels, right? And we have symbols, we have heroes, we have rituals and values. And values is where our research is based, right? Now, if we, as we move forward, we define symbols as those. I think it's going to have to move down a little bit. Yes. Symbols are words, gestures, pictures, even objects that carry out a specific meaning within culture. Now, as you can see on the picture there, I've put, there are 2 objects that are there, specifically a blanket and a hat. It's mostly known in Basotho culture. And there is a meaning behind both of them, right? And I will make an example with the blanket. The other one is referred to as Siana Marena in my home language, and the other one is Mkoroto. And the meaning behind the blanket is not just the blanket that was picked at the market, no. Is that it goes back to King Mushweshwe's times, where it was given to him as a gift. And the way he liked this blanket so much, he abandoned his traditional leopard skin wear and decided to go with this one. And to this day, this blanket is still used in weddings, in events, and at Basotho cultures. Therefore, both of them have meaning within those groups, right? We also have heroes. This refers to people who are dead or alive, real or imaginary, who possess characteristics that are highly praised in a culture and thus serve as models for behavior. Before I talk about this one, I would like to honor the man myself and use this. Now, there on the picture we have our very own, I would say that, King Mushweshwe. I would say he's a South African hero, not just for Zulu Kingdom, who combined people within that particular culture through his tactics and so forth. Therefore, to this day, they still praise some of his teachings. Nowadays, we call them heroes, right? And we also have rituals. Now we are digging a little bit deeper. Rituals, which are collective activities that are technically superfluous, but are considered socially to be essential within a specific culture. Now, with this one, I would also again refer to Thanksgiving. That's what we call it Mpoya Badimo. It's a collective event. It has a specific meaning. I'm saying this because I did one last year at home. And there was a specific meaning behind it. They are not just done in the form of a party or something. No, they are collective activities whereby, especially if I refer back to that one of Mpoya Badimu, is that in Basotho culture it is done to honor what you've achieved. I mean, be thankful for what you've achieved and honor the presence of the ancestors. Understanding that we are protected against the bad things that we cannot even protect ourselves from. That is basically what is happening. Then we also have values which are non-specific feelings of good versus evil, beauty versus what is ugly, normal versus what is abnormal. And this can manifest in a way that we cannot observe. For instance, recently I also went to Germany and I got to observe, in fact, I got to experience one of their values. In fact, it was more of what people thought, but I came to realize that it was happening. Germans take what you call punctuality very serious. They consider punctuality a sign of respect. That is not what you are taught in school. You are taught those kind of values growing up. A young man would know that time is very serious in that kind of culture. Some of these values, for instance, you find them in our organizations. We have values at CUT, right? No one attends to class for those, but we know we need to live by them, right? Remember, I said the study is not published yet, so take it as some sort of an introduction to the actual thing that is about to be published. Now, the purpose of our study, or the purpose of the study for this presentation, is to examine the individual cultural orientation of line managers at Central University of Technology. And for us to be able to examine the individualism within this concept of culture, we looked at the Secuplex model by Schwartz, who looks at values as things that give meaning to life. And he developed 10 of these values, which we included on our questionnaire and distributed to the line managers at CUT. And I'm happy because some of the line managers who responded are in this room right now. And interesting findings were found, and I will reveal them very shortly. Now we have self-direction values. In fact, let me start with the achievement value, which focuses on individuals' competence pertaining various cultural standards like self-respect and so forth. Now, I'm not going to go through each and every one of them. I'm just going to indicate how are they applicable to our study. Bearing in mind the actual topic of the study. It focuses on the line manager's function within the university on a day-to-day basis. And as we focus on decision making, I'm not going to talk about it. But these values, they have some sort of an impact on whatever line managers do on day-to-day basis. Although we are trying to achieve the same organizational objective, when you make your decision on left, the same decision that the right makes, the result will be different. Mainly because each and every one of us believe in different things. Let's say we have a line manager who's 35 years of age and a line manager who's 60. Their decisions will differ, one, because of experience. Two, mainly because of what you believe in. Do you believe in protecting the environment? Do you believe in security, sustainability? All of those things will make us come to a different conclusion at the end of the day, right? So if I move forward, like I said, I'm going to go through each and every one of them. There are 10 of them, and well defined in our dissertation. You will see when it's published. Yes. The main question here is, what is individual cultural orientation by line managers? And subsidiary question is, what are the prevailing individual values of CUT line manager? Now this is interesting. Since, well, we have line managers from Gauteng, Eastern Cape, Western Cape, all 9 provinces, and even outside South Africa. Now, what are the prevailing individual values? And again, it challenges some of the research results that were found about South Africa as it is. Of course, I won't generalize these findings, but some of them would say South Africa, especially the one of Hofstede, indicated South Africa is an individualistic country. But are we going to find that with this? That's the question. But since the values are on an individual level, again, we cannot compare them with those of Hofstede because it was on a national level. And then we have objective. The main objective of the study was simply to investigate the individual cultural orientation amongst land managers at CUT. And subsidiary research objective is to determine the prevailing individual values at Central University of Technology. Now, I won't be giving tables and statistics and so forth. Unfortunately, I cannot do that now. I wanted to do them so much, but with information that I could only give out, I'm not able to present those. But at this point, I'm able to tell you that a survey was conducted amongst 119 land managers. And it was both Bloemfontein and Welkom campus, right? And about 49 responded, and they were all considered to be able to be analyzed. So the questionnaire was conducted using self-administered online platform named Question Pro. I'm not sure if, I don't know how it works, but I was a little bit disappointed. That's why I'm saying I'm glad that some of the line managers are here, and I don't know who responded, who did not. But with those numbers, and considering the fact that we have line managers and researchers within the group that responded, 49 for me I was not happy with it. And I'm glad that the line managers are here and the researchers are here. Maybe it will be resolved moving forward. The questionnaire consisted of 2 sections for the purpose of this presentation. But in the main research, it was more than that. So I did not think I would run out of time. I guess I was enjoying myself too much now. It was deemed necessary to have results on the age, since well I've already made an example that someone who, with the age of 60 and the age of 35 would make different decisions, right? So we had 45% it was male and 53% was female, and 2 did not make mention of any whatsoever, or was unspecified. And it was gender, my apologies, it was gender. The age, it was between, who were older than 60, it was 12%. Between 21 and 40, it was 10%, and 41 to 60, it was 78%. So our line managers at CUT, it's evident that we have between those ages of 41 to 60. Of course, I'm not accounting for those who did not respond at the moment. Racial groups, this one is definitely necessary, mainly because we are talking about culture, and racial groups are fairly necessary to look at. And majority were Africans with 44.9% and 40.8%. Which was followed by 40.8% white. Indian, it was 10% and 4.1% colored. Now, I want to point out the key findings is we are almost running out of time. The statistical analysis revealed that the dominant values by line managers at CUT were hedonism, universalism, conformity, achievement, and tradition. Now, again, I'm not going to go into detail about what they mean, but it's evident that it's evident that employees at CUT tend to value different things, even though trying to achieve the same organizational goals, which is what I've already indicated before. Therefore, the recommendation can be made that within our policies as the institution, right, it should be taken into consideration that the extent to which individual values impact on our day-to-day business. Therefore, policies should be flexible enough to allow for this to happen. We should not just try to accommodate government legislations, but also the employees' individual values and priorities. Because now if you hire someone who's not culturally competent, right, And us as the institution of higher learning, we work with learners from different parts of the world. Therefore, cultural competence is necessary. So it means understanding your own values and admitting that others also exist and neither is inferior or superior. That's what cultural competence is all about. Therefore, the selection process of our strategic leaders at CUT should not only measure the level of competence within a specific job. I'm saying this in a perspective of human resources, mainly because my study and my qualification will be on human resources. Of course, there are different angles in which we can look at this. But when we select strategic leaders, those who make decisions of who is to work at CUT, who is the right person for this job, 1, 2, and 3, we should take into consideration one's cultural competence, like I already made mention of. And of course, it was indicated that every thing has its own limitations by Sir at the back there. And our limitations on this one is that only CUT line managers were included. Therefore, the result cannot be generalized to other universities. And only online survey instrument was, or named Question Pro was used to collect data on a highly individualized concept. This on its own can be a limitation. And with that being said, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Titisa. I think if you can just maybe stay here with us to allow a few questions from the floor. Oh, okay. We're going to start right over there. Yes, you can go ahead.
Sondate, now I just want to ask you, like, in your presentation you mentioned blankets, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just briefly, what is the significance now of the head? And also, the significance, does it depend on the gender, like, are there different aspects of whether a female is using it or a male is using it, or does it matter?
I did not get the last part of it.
I think first, please elaborate on the significance of the head of the Basutus.
Mm-hmm.
And then secondly, just enlighten me, right? Whether because now if you as a male and me as a female, we use it, there's specific stuff that should be considered with regards to high service like in that or when it's a woman.
Yes, yes, please.
Thank you for the question. And now, with the head, which is known as Mokoro, I came to find out that the head was designed after a specific mountain. I forgot what the name of the mountain, but it was designed after that specific mountain. And to this day, all the heads of Mokoro have been designed the same way, with the top, some sort of a cliff or a hill or something. But they are all designed that way, and that mountain is still like that to this day. So it's a historical thing if you look at it. As far as when we use them, looking at gender, I would say, I think it depends on the purpose in which you are wearing them for, because there are those that are used by those who look after the livestock. They are a little bit different from the one I posted now. There are those that are used for functions. They still have patterns, but different. Meaning they could have different meanings. However, I did not do in-depth research on the actual meaning behind both of them. I just needed to understand why did they exist in the first place. Why do we have them in the first place? Thank you.
I think I saw a hand somewhere. Oh, there you go. You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And thank you for informing me about the Basutu culture, because I just heard that for the first time, and I was eager to just read and have some knowledge. Secondly, is you keep mentioning that your findings is not going to be generalized. I just get to ask you that the basis of a quantitative study is to make generalizations. So I don't know what you meant by saying that you won't generalize the study, when the essence of a quantitative study is to do generalization. That's on one hand. And I think to be able to do that effectively, I will encourage to expand your sample size to an appreciable number to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was more for comment than question. Velcom, I see we have a hand up. Please unmute yourself. I think we still have an issue of our host. Please do post your question in the chat box and gone. All right. Any more questions? Let me just note it. Go ahead, Doctor.
Thank you so much for a good presentation that really strike a lot of issues in the mind. So mine is not a question as such, but it's a comment that maybe can assist maybe in getting more understanding. I perceive this is more of interaction within, like, the middle managers, line managers are interacting and deciding. So somehow I think if you could group in interviews, you can get more understanding to say if a manager is deciding on this, basing on maybe his or his social identity or social culture, as you put it across, how does it impact? So for you to link the impact, it means you have to understand, so that at the end of the day you can link to say, oh, because he's a Sutu, his personal identification and maybe social identification leads him subconsciously to take on this lane more than the other.
Thank you very much. Yes, you can go ahead. Yes, sorry.
Thank you. So I just want to find out, towards the end of your presentation, you did mention that in your recommendations, your study is based in HR, and you spoke about cultural competence and institutional policy. I just wanted to know whether part of your study did actually involve engaging with the CET institutional policy, and whether it does, whether it's lacking in terms of cultural competence, and whether it was something that you thought about addressing, or whether that's something that you left to future research.
Thank you for the question. Now, with regards to the institutional policies having been included on this one, I came to realize that mostly when in our institution, since already I'm working in HR, so I tend to see some of these things. When we take people out for training, it's teamwork, it's team building, and so forth and so forth. But I barely see something about culture. I barely see something about understanding each other individually. So I came to realize that, okay, we might be lacking on this one. Yes, of course, I haven't consulted the institutional policies yet, but I came to realize that something like this is lacking, especially considering the fact that we are the institution of higher learning that operates on a global scale. Therefore, we tend to work with people from different cultural backgrounds. So now, if we can understand each other as colleagues, our stakeholders on that level, it would make more sense that we do not end up having to make mistakes at the end of the day as far as culture is concerned. As you know, culture is a very sensitive topic, so one has to be careful on how they approach the next person, or don't see the others as inferior compared to who you are. So I was looking at it in that point of view.
Thank you.
All right, that question on the chat box, do you not see it beneficial to include, am I right? Let me see, staff members as part of your, because you only included line managers. So they want to find out if maybe you don't find it beneficial to include staff members.
Well, in that regard, actually, that's how we thought about it when we started with it. However, who are the decision makers? Because remember, I said the main topic is decision making. So who are the decision makers in our institution? Not everyone is a decision maker, but the line managers are the ones who decide on who get hired, are the ones who decide on who on performance of employees and so forth. So if we are to go with other employees. It might have to change to problem solving instead, but not decision making. The decision makers in our institution are our line managers and the strategic leaders, of course.
Dr. Palmer, you wanted to ask something before I go to Prof. Rambe? No? You wanted to ask something, Prof?
Yes, general comment, or maybe let me phrase it in form of a question, or to the general comment. Yeah, you in your study had two subsamples, the Bloemfontein campus and the Welkom campus, right? Maybe the question becomes: did you find anything in terms of your results interesting, either about the Bloemfontein campus versus the Welkom campus? Did you find, because you had two subsamples, anything that you found that was intriguing to you in terms of either of these subsamples? That's the first question. The second, it relates to the general context. What role did geographical context play in terms of your results?
Okay, thank you for the questions. I think I can answer both of them in one sentence, actually. When we conducted the study, it was CUT line managers. Therefore, we did not separate between Welkom and Bloemfontein campus, since, well, it's an HR-related issue. Therefore, with HR-related issues, all protocols are the same between both campuses, and we have, of course, we might have a different. We might have campus manager this side and a vice chancellor this side. However, we did not have a question whereby we asked Bloemfontein or Welkom campus. That's the big issue about it. Regarding the one of geographical context, the role that I think it played on our results. Having looked at the result, I'm not able to give the full view, since, well, as far as our hypothesis is concerned, we include both decision making and culture. Therefore, I'm not able to give full view on that one again, mainly based because of the fact that I only presented on one. I don't know if you understand.
Yeah, I do understand, but if I'm just thinking in terms of when you consider this for a journal. Let me give you a perfect example. If I want to understand the gender dynamics between two faculties in the same university, for example, I think, or if I want to understand gender dynamics in general, if I were to bring down my sample to say, or if I were to split my sample across different faculties, I think that would be interesting to see what are the dynamics in the FEBIT faculty compared to management sciences faculty. That's what I'm trying to get at. Say, as much as they are governed by the same institution, Welkom campus and the Bloemfontein campus, but definitely there might be some nuances and subtleties there across the two campuses, which you could say, if I want to unpack this, I think this image begins to appear when I look at the Welkom campus, or maybe a different image altogether begins to appear for the Bloemfontein campus. I think that would be more interesting than just to give a general picture of what cultural orientation was emerging when you look at the two combined. So just a suggestion, you don't need to take it up, but I think you might find it more interesting. Yeah, any reviewer who is reviewing your paper might find that would be more interesting to say what are the key insights that will be extracted from this campus vis-a-vis that other campus, than to just look at it in a more synthesized and combined fashion.
Okay. All right, colleagues, I think let's park the questions there. We have two more presentations just before lunch, so we're going to continue, and you're more than welcome during lunch to engage with Mr. Titise. If he's He's still available.
Yeah, I'm available.
Thank you very much. So our next presenter, Ms. Kotsia. She makes her way to the podium. She is representing the department. Yes, you can give her a round of applause. She is representing the Department of Accounting and Auditing. Yeah, yeah, please.
Yeah.
The title of her presentation, if we can just share that. Just move that.
Can I just use the cursor? Yes. Thank you. This is part of my master's degree that I've obtained from the Central University of Technology. Luckily, all the questions can be answered by my supervisor, so Professor Kok and Dr. Steenkamp. Professor Kok, I've rewritten my research chapter, I think, 6 times. So any questions, you're more than welcome to ask. So this is only a part of my studies. So in my studies, I focused at auditing, accounting, management, as well as corporate governance of private retirement facilities. But today, so you're more than welcome. I will send you the Bible, and then you can read the whole Bible. But for today's presentation, I'm just going to look at the auditing aspect of private retirement facilities. So in this presentation, I'm going to look at introduction, my problem statement, my research objective, research methodology, literature review, my overview of my empirical results, and then my conclusion. As I've already indicated, that this forms part of a larger study on private retirement facilities, so that I can get my master's at CUT. So the Housing Development Schemes for Retired Persons Act 65 of 1988 indicate there's 3 forms of property holding for retired persons, namely sectional title, life right, and share block scheme. The share block scheme was excluded from the study because there were not any share block facilities in the Mangaung area. So this is the housing for people above a certain age, usually 55, and that is why I did my master's, because I'm moving close towards that. So I need to look at the best possible solution for retirement. So just an introduction in regards to sectional title retirement facility. So the connection between sectional title property and the retirement facility is that the developer needs to register the retirement facility as a sectional title scheme, and then the unit will be registered in the name of the owner at the deeds office, but the owner is not necessarily at 55. So if you want to stay in a retirement village or retirement facility, you must be at least 55, but you can still own a sectional title retirement facility even if you are younger than 55. So the owners of each section are the members of the body corporate, and that is then the governing body of the facility. So actually, the facility is managed by the owners of each section. Then life right facilities. So the purchaser provides an interest-free loan to the developer. So, and then in return, the purchaser has the right of living in the housing unit for the rest of their lives. So it means that the property is not registered in the name of the purchaser. So the purchaser then forfeits the capital growth of the asset. Then again, life right holders are the members of the management association. So it means then they are the governing body of the facility. Then very important to take note is that the type of institution that offer the life right will determine the audit requirements. So in my study, the life right will, in my study, the life right was offered by a non-profit organization. So for that reason, the researcher looked at the Non-Profit Organization Act concerning the audit requirements. And just for background, so Principle 15 of the King Code on Corporate Governance required that the governing body of private retirement facilities needs to ensure that assurance and functions empower an effective control environment, and then obviously that will then also contribute to the integrity of information for internal decision making as well as for external report of these facilities. Then very important, the auditing practitioners in South Africa faces various challenges in regards to the auditing of these facilities, and many practitioners choose not to take on such engagement anymore. And then lastly, there are several incidents of fraud and mismanagement by the governing bodies, because it's a very close community. Then the problem statement for the presentation. Despite operating in a highly legislated environment, the private retirement facilities often face risk and governance challenges, and then auditing practitioners in the industry also face various practical challenges when performing accounting and insurance services for retirement facilities, to such an extent that they do not want to take on these engagement anymore. And then a lack of proper and cost-effective assurance engagement can obviously negatively affect many industry role players. Then for this presentation, my research objective is twofold. So firstly, to identify challenges and problems experienced by South African auditors of retirement facilities in performing the statutory insurance engagement. And then secondly, to describe problems experienced by those charged with governance. So it means the governing body of the facilities, specifically relating to auditing and insurance services. So Professor Kocht, this is after rewriting it for 6 times. So any questions in regards to my research methodology, please, I am still very confused about this. So no questions you can ask. Okay. So the philosophical stance, firstly, my ontological belief is constructivism, so there's no real truth, only a narrative reality. My epistemology belief was interpretivism, so interpreting the meanings that the participants attach to their actions. Then the research approach, the study followed obviously a qualitative research approach. The research design, so the purpose of the study was to gain an understanding of issues, and for that reason, a descriptive case study was the appropriate research design. How did I collect my data? So I've used semi-structured face-to-face interview schedules and then also documentary data. It was real fun to interview the retired. I've got lots on time on their hand. So I think my first interview was about 3 hours. Oh my goodness. So, yeah. So my data analysis, I've used thematic content analysis to identify and analyze the themes. My population, so obviously I've used private retirement facilities, and I've only focused on life right and sectional title within the Mangaung area, so only Bloemfontein. So the researcher identified 19 facilities through a desktop search, and then using purposive sampling, selected 2 sectional title facilities with an in-house manager, and then 2 sectional title retirement facilities which use managing agents, and then I only had 1 willing life right facility with an in-house manager. So I've struggled a little bit with the life right facilities. The researcher interviewed 10 participants that consist of 3 managers, 2 managing agents, and 5 auditors. So then my literature review. Because the focus was on auditing of private retirement facilities, I've looked at the two papers. The first one, the sectional title industry in South Africa, enhancing accounting and auditing practice, authored by Dr. Steenkamp in 2017. And then the next one, sectional title property in South Africa, an accounting and auditing perspective, also authored by Dr. Steenkamp, but in 2013. So the problem with these papers is that the main focus was on sectional title property and not specifically on private retirement facilities. So then, in regards to the auditing of sectional title retirement facilities, it is a statutory insurance engagement, so it means by law you need to audit the facility. So then there, the researcher looked at certain legislation relating to auditing of sectional title retirement facilities, and that includes, firstly, the regulations of the Sectional Title Scheme Management Act, number 8 of 2011, then the interpretation of SAICA and IRBA concerning the auditing aspects in the Act, the Auditing Profession Act, number 26 of 2005, and then lastly, the International Standards of Auditing. That is what I've looked at in regards to auditing the sectional title retirement facilities. Then for the selected life right facilities, that was actually a non-statutory insurance engagement, right? Because it was a non-profit organization, so it's not required by law that this facility needs to be audited. But remember, it can be different for other life right facilities. Because maybe a company can offer life right or trust. So then the auditing requirements can be different. So I've looked at the following legislation requirements relating to the auditing of life right facilities. Firstly, the Housing Development Scheme for Retired Persons Act 65 of 1988, the Non-Profit Organization Act number 71 of 1997, and then also I've looked at the interpretation of the South African Institute of Professional Accountants as well as the South African Institute of Business Accountants concerning the auditing aspect in this Act. And then lastly, obviously, I've reviewed the King IV report on corporate governance in South Africa. So just in short, there is no existing prior research on the specific topic relating to retirement facilities. Right, now my empirical results or findings. So firstly, I'm going to talk about what the auditors experienced in regards to the auditing of sectional title and life right retirement facilities. And then I'm going to talk about what problems and experience that the governing body had in regards to the auditing of these facilities. I've identified certain themes, so I've just highlighted there on the left. So the problems experienced, what was the legislative related problems, so things that was included in legislation that created problems. Remember, the Sectional Title Retirement Act is very new, whereas the Life Right Retirement Facilities, their act is older, so they've already sorted out a lot of issues, whereas with the Sectional Title Retirement, it's still, there's a lot of things that is still, the people need to get used to. So they've identified a little bit more problems and challenges. So firstly, the auditors of sectional title retirement facilities experienced the following problems. Firstly, the time frame of 4 months to complete the compilation and the audit of the financial statement was a challenge. Then the audit is not cost effective for them because it's all about time spent versus the fee. And then they also indicated that the accounting standards need to be entity specific. So currently it's IFRS for SMEs and full IFRS that they've used. So then certain legislation requirements that created problems. So again, legislation indicated the compilation and audit of financial statement must be independent, and the auditors indicated that as non-essential. Then legislation requires certain audit opinions, and the auditors also implied that it's impractical. And then also the legislation changed, so from now on all the facilities needs to be audited, and the auditors also saw that as non-essential. Then the auditors identified the following audit risk. Firstly, cash risk, and obviously that is due to limited segregation of duty, the risk of detecting fraud, irregularities in management, non-compliance with legislation, and then the auditors had different opinions concerning the level of risk. They've also, all the auditors, or most of the auditors, indicated that a full audit remains the best option for providing assurance. Then in regards to problems and challenges experienced in regards to life right facilities, according to the same themes. Firstly, as you can see, so the legislation is much older, so the auditors identified no problems, and also no part of legislation created problems for the auditors. Then the auditors identified the following risks in regards to life right retirement facilities. Firstly, again, the cash risk, and again, limited segregation of duties. Year-end adjustments is also a problem for them. And then lastly, no entity level controls. And the auditors of the life right retirement facilities also indicated that a full audit remains the best option of providing assurance. Then just quickly in regards to those charged with governance, the problems that they've experienced, and also the legislative related problems. So for sectional title retirement facilities, the governing body also indicated that the time frame of 4 months for the audit, so there's only 4 months for audit and compilation of the financial statements before the annual meeting, so that is a problem for them. Then again, the compilation of financial statements independently make the process time consuming, and obviously there's a cost implication, and then there is a limited number of auditor practitioners that take on these kinds of audits. Then for the governing body of sectional title retirement facilities, the legislated related issues. Again, they also indicate that the fact that your compilation and audit of financial statement must be completed independently, that is non-essential for them. And they also had a problem with the fact that all facilities needs to be audited. They also see that as non-essential. Then the problems and experience by those charged with governance of life right facilities. Also with using the same specific themes, the governing body did not identify any problems and challenges concerning the audit and assurance services. Then just a last comment in regard to the empirical findings. The auditors and those charged with governance, they experienced very similar problems and challenges in regard to the insurance engagement. Then my conclusion. So what was my limitation? Firstly, the population was only limited to Bloemfontein, so Mangaung. The literature review was on private retirement facility industry throughout South Africa. And then lastly, the population size was limited. My contribution. The findings of the study can be useful to stakeholders of private retirement facilities. It can enhance corporate governance practices relating to auditing of retirement facilities, and then obviously this study was first of its kind in South Africa. In future research, I can focus on different types of housing schemes. I can extend maybe the research throughout South Africa because the focus was only Mangaung, and then lastly maybe a possibility of an international comparative study. Thank you. Now I will answer my
Okay. Supervisors. some questions coming from the floor. Colleagues, I think I'm only going to allow maybe 3 questions or 2 in the interest of time. Do we have questions for Ms. Kotsia? Anyone? Or none? There is a question?
Afternoon, colleagues. Anna, I saw that for sectional title units, the Act requires 100% audit. So under what circumstances would it be financially feasible for an auditor to actually engage in such an audit?
That is why they don't want to do it anymore, because the time spending on the audit is not fair towards the fee that they can ask. And I also think for the sectional title, especially retirement facilities, you know, they want to spend as little as possible on auditing. So that is quite a big problem, the fact that the Act require that all the facilities must be audited, even if it's only 10 units. So all facilities must be audited. So that's quite a big cost implication for the sectional title industry.
All right, thank you, Anna.
There's a question.
Thank you so much. Mine is not necessarily a question, but I'm trying to get the confirmation. I understand your presentation, you highlighted that there is limited literature that has been researched on that. But let's say in the event, for thesis it's fine, because there are different guidelines. But in the context of, let's say you want to publish that as an article, I think it would be also important to bring up a theoretical model or framework that is guiding your discussion, because there's no literature. Yes. So you need to base the argument also within that. Then also maybe also to consider some literature from corporate governance that speaks of what we have done in yes. auditing. Yes.
Any last question? No? You've mentioned that under the challenges, the time frame for audit, yes. which is 4 months, is there acceptable, I don't know, time frame?
The Act requires that after year end, you've got 4 months for the compilation of the financial statements. And then they need to have their annual meeting after 4 months of year end. So that is the problem. So that is why some sectional title facilities change the year date. So that not all facilities have the same year date, so that you can, because there's really just a handful of auditors that do auditing for sectional title facilities.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, this is our last presentation just before lunch. So I'm going to call Me Musikatsana. She is representing the Department of Hospitality Management, and the title of her presentation, Employee Perceptions of a Service Quality Delivery in the Housekeeping Departments of Graded Hotels in Bloemfontein. If you can just, I'm not sure which one it is.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. As Mr. Mokoena has mentioned, I am Palisa Musikatsana from the Hotel School, and the title of my study is Employee Perceptions of Service Quality Delivery in the Housekeeping Departments of Graded Hotels in Bloemfontein. My supervisor is Dr. Johan van Zyl, and my co-supervisor is Dr. Dalian Crowther. Right, so the presentation will go as follows. It will be the introduction, problem statement, literature review, previous studies, methodology, and then finally the key findings. Right, so the tourism and hospitality industry is one of the world's largest industries. And pre-COVID, it contributed quite greatly towards the GDP. It is quite a complex and competitive industry whereby there is constant changes and increasing needs and expectations by guests. So now with the recent COVID-19 pandemic that really harshly hit the tourism industry, perceptions of guests were shifted. They were greatly shifted. So making it even more difficult for hotels to satisfy their guests. So now this is where service quality comes in. As one of the most important notions within the tourism and hospitality industry, it is quite important to continuously assess it because it contributes towards gaining loyalty of customers, establishes the reputation of a business, and it inspires customers to choose a destination. So the problems identified is the fact that developing countries such as South Africa, there is lack or poor service delivery. And the housekeeping department, which is the department in question, is seen as backstage. It has always been kept behind the scenes, making it difficult for housekeeping employees to deal professionally with guests. Yes, make it difficult for them to deal professionally with guests. And then there's also the lack of interprovincial travel to and from the Free State. And it has been identified that service quality is one of the determinants for selecting a particular destination. And then lastly, a gap is that employee perceptions are not as thoroughly examined as customer perceptions are. So this is where it brought us to the question is of, this is why the study now focused on employee perceptions of their service quality delivery and any associated challenges in the housekeeping departments of graded hotels in Bloemfontein. All right, so literature defines service quality as the comparison between customer expectations and actual service performed. Or it could be the extent to which service providers are able to satisfy, to meet, or to exceed customer needs. And service quality must be measured. However, it's a challenge to, it's difficult rather to measure service quality. There are models created to measure service. As you can imagine, it's quite subjective because it's based on individual perceptions. There is one prevailing method which is mainly used in the hospitality industry and which is primarily for measuring perceptions, and that is the ServQual model that was developed by Parasuraman, Zitham, and Berry in the 1980s. So this ServQual model is based on 5 dimensions that I will that you will see in the next slide, and 5 gaps. So these gaps can be developed from various discrepancies, such as differences in what management think customers want and what customers actually expect from service delivery. All right, so the 5 dimensions that I spoke about are comprised of 22 items or statements which are used in a questionnaire format, and they are reliability, responsiveness, assurance, empathy, and tangibles. So the dimensions are used to rate the perceptions of either guests or employees, and then at the end, the expectation scores are minused from the perception scores, which then calculate the gaps, the service quality gaps, or any broken services that are identified from that. Right. So now, literature also speaks of housekeeping as the pillar or the heart of a hotel. This department contributes minimum 50% towards a hotel's revenue, which is why now housekeeping services must be used as quality approaches to boost customer satisfaction. So they sort of we can see quality from the housekeeping services. Right, and it is important for managers to make sure that housekeeping employees understand exactly what service quality entails, as they have major influence on customer satisfaction. And these are the people that that contribute valuable information and feedback that can be used to improve service, enhance service, or also be used in strategic planning. So previous studies that have been conducted regarding perceptions of service quality includes those of Musaba and Wabeb, who looked into employee perceptions of service quality in Namibian hotels using the ServQual model. And their results showed that service quality in hotels were lower than expectations. And also Kleinhans and Zoe, who studied service quality at selected hotels in Pretoria, though the study was from a customer's perspective. Reliability had the lowest gap score, and their results indicated that guests attest high expectations to the tangible elements of the hotel. Then the last study was from Al Ababne. This study just compared service quality perceptions between 4-star hotels and 5-star hotels, and results indicated that service quality by 5-star hotels was better than 4-star hotels. All right, so the method used in this study took a quantitative approach. All Bloemfontein hotels, it was 12 hotels in total that qualified as a hotel. And they were the population, and then the whole population was examined because they all had housekeeping departments. And then to collect data, self-administered questionnaire based on ServQual were hand-delivered to the hotel, which was a challenging time because it was during the time of COVID. So I was not allowed on the premises really. I just had to drop them. And I also had to make a recording of myself explaining the questionnaire so that the housekeeping executives could show it to the participants. All right, so these are the hotels on the left-hand side that agreed to participate in the study. The rest disagreed, except the Windmill Casino that was unfortunately temporarily closed at the time. All right, for key findings, the top 3 mean expectation scores were found under item 5, 7, and 21, whereby expectations were high regarding the department being able to provide guests with correct information and prompt services, as well as to provide a comfortable work environment for the employees. And then the top 3 mean perception scores were found under the same item 5 and 7, but included item 19, which was the appearance of the workplace facilities must be attractive and visually appealing. The widest gaps were found under the following items 3 to 5, item 12, 18, and 21. So as you can see, most of the widest gaps were under the reliability dimension. Reliability, which speaks to consistency and accuracy of their service performance, and it was followed by the tangibles dimension, referring to their physical facilities, the appearance of staff, technology, and their communication tools. Okay, so in summary, as mentioned, majority of the gaps came from tangibles and reliability. However, overall result is that the perceptions of employees were low. They were low, which implies that expectations of the departments are not met. All right, and for recommendations, the following are as follows. Employment of qualified staff, upgraded equipment or up-to-date equipment is recommended. And I saw this personally as I was previously a housekeeping lecturer, so I had to take students to the hotels, and equipment really need upgrading. Introduction and implementation of new technologies. Staff training, particularly in customer service and interpersonal skills, and post-COVID training is recommended. And management support must be amplified. A research team could be employed that can conduct comprehensive research on service quality. And this research team can also make use of guest comments to enhance service quality. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. I think you are the perfect candidate for the 3-minute thesis because your presentation was short and sweet. Colleagues, any questions for Memusikatsana? Yes.
So I'm considering that you delivered your questionnaires, right, to respondents due to COVID-19. What was the response rate that you received?
Oh, thank you for that. That was one of the biggest challenges. Staff members were reduced across all the hotels. So I worked with minimal housekeepers. Before COVID, I would have probably had 100 plus, but then employees were reduced. So they're working with close to 50% of their staff members. So I had 76 questionnaires, and I only received back 70 of those.
Yes, but now I'm asking, like, considering the time frame, did it take longer than you anticipated, or was it within the time frame that you had planned for it, or was it shorter?
It was at a hold because then I had to collect my data in 2020. So that did not happen, and that was only accomplished 2021 in July.
And can I ask a last question, please? And also, are there any policies in place in South Africa, right, where maybe your study could be applicable in today's times, where maybe you might find that policies could be in place, but they were a bit outdated, so this would then obviously omit current trends. So are they such?
Well, I believe, yes, if you are speaking in terms of service quality, especially now that we come from the COVID-19 pandemic, I think a lot of policies, training, everything has to be adjusted because it really affected the hospitality industry majorly. Remember, guests are now more alert and aware of certain things that they were not, like maybe on hygiene, and hotels will have to probably, some of them that were closed, rebrand so that they can focus on the shifts of the employees. So yeah, policies would have to be changed. I hope that answers your question.
One last question, yes, Doc.
Thank you so much for a good presentation. Something that came in my mind as interesting observe the pattern between these graded institutions?
Did I observe that?
A pattern, because I understand they've got different classes or grades. Was it similar in terms of the way they perceive, or it differed? Maybe 1 star was different from 2 star and stuff.
To be honest, I just compared the employees' overall perception of service quality. Yes. So yes, that would be interesting. Just like this, the previous study that I mentioned that compared 4-star and 5-star. So I would like to do that. It's actually one of my recommendations to make a study on individual star grades, not as a whole.
One last question, Paul.
No, thank you. Mine is not a question. I just want to say, please excuse me after lunch. We have a special moment. But good luck with the rest of the seminar.
All right, colleagues, thank you very much, Mme Musikatsana. I think, yeah, we can give a round of applause. It is now 1:15. If we can be back by 13:55. So 13:55, if we can be back, that should be fine. We already dealt with the issue of the last section where we're going to do Q&A. So I think we will be fine with time. And when we come back, we only have 3 presentations. So that should be, no, there's just one person who's not. It's 4, but it's 3. We have 1 presenter who's not available.
Okay, no.
Not a problem. Okay, colleagues, let's head for lunch. If I may, I'm told that the photographer is leaving. So if maybe the people who have presented and those who are still going to present, if maybe we can have an opportunity for a photo. And the dean as well as the guest. And the rest of our colleagues, you can head out for lunch. I have no idea. I have no idea. Please ask
Ek het nou al 'n paar dose Ag, dit
She said, can you go outside? Outside. Dr. Saka, we need a picture, please. All presenters. Oh, I like it.
Yeah, because I was thinking maybe we might try that for sleeping. But probably Wednesday we have a time for meeting in any case, and it's test week, so.
Yes.
Ek is ook in die
HKGK.
Ja,
was nervous with.
So, but I have to go and pick her up again.
Yeah, it's just you watching.
At least I've shown my face.
And then from there this week,
Have you finished? Azambe. Thank you.
Even that rock when I land here. Oh, you talk about travel. That's my hand.
Ilo gitu lah kola tapi kes ke batla hoye tsa. Ke wa pola hana tsena. Na tsena ke wa pola ntse ke ngone. Ke wa pola. Ke na petele tsentse ke ke thewe le.
o batla ho etsang?
Maybe I should see.
O no ho batla ho
Lo sebetsa.
ne ke re ke a la tseba bona o
I'm taking some.
Oh, you have to.
Oh, there are people now.
Look at the background. It's important.
ne ke re now o hloka ho lo etsang? Ha wa go tšweletsa?
Ona se hopola bona mazimba. Le tsena ke tloba le. You know, when I'm on a neck or two, I think it's you headed to the library.
So you are leaving now. Couple.
You must have stepped in, then every post of far.
I'm going to Master City Fedin.
You're like a PhD stepped in. I'm a post of travel.
A pen.
Ah, yes.
Oh, Sonyans.
Sanya mi, punya mi ngoni, so one ka chwa.
Sonya, this
Fine. What did I do now on this? I'm going to be back on it, so I cannot tama here. I cannot tama.
Acting. It's important to us.
I know.
With my dear.
What's the use?
What you say, now Facebook. Okay, nee, van ek het op eendag op Bloemfontein mama's toe vra iemand dis mama's. Vra iemand wat is hy? Op sy nie beste plek op Bloemfontein.
Great.
Ja. Hulle trek van die suide na die noorde toe om nou daar naby. Toe skryf almal nou sulke mooi antwoorde. En die een antwoord wat ek nogals baie van gehou het was dat kom ons sê Redder. Ja. As nou soos Bloemfontein se sent en die vrou geskryf het. En sy sê
next year. January 5th. This lecture. Gewatad.
Jy kan terug bietjie voordat jy nou die vraag gevra het.
Man, in internet and download, so maybe you were right how you have to submit something and not just
It's got I would download the moon. Wouldn't say like you look at download the cats and the previous ones. Yeah, you see, it doesn't really say much. It will I don't know if you did a bit of
Ek kan glo ja van jy moes nou die HOD moes nou.
Ek het al gedink ek wil
Hallo Larry, by sy.
Ek is nogal honger. Wat beteken toerisme? Is dit hospitality?
Toerisme en hospitality is mos no.
Ja, maar dit is ook eintlik wat ek kan apply vir werk in
hospitality is meer maar vir food preparation.
How are the chicken in look?
Toerisme is maar
What the chicken?
front house. Like nie rare hotelle en gastehuise maar travel agents en
Dan met so los am sê jy skool en dan
Then to get that it's on how.
maar overlap het ook so bietjie.
Dit overlap dit.
Enjoy go over. How nog hy? Go by why?
Jona. Dis baie baie naam sê jy wa kom.
We say chef long and we've been there done that. Daar is ook die setting maar het la bare di fumane ke tello.
So jy het nou aangepas met die jare.
Om se bitsi mongata.
Ha bona ka go o tsamaya
dreaming. Dis lot groot is nog.
Maar hulle groter word lekker weer.
Ja, ek dink ook so.
Maar I just went into a house and so was scheduled how can I go.
Yeah, I did, but you know, typing takes time.
Lo paraphrase hape.
So, kung ya ko hana
Ngola.
Ja, see, hospitality is
I know what you
supposed to
do.
be in front of the street as well.
Also, you have to research first.
Article is in Singata
And find that reachable when.
Now, since the CUT posted advertises hospitality management.
Some like writing down, like typing.
The head of marketing don't like tourism.
Oh, ni kina like
I don't get that. I don't get it. I'm around.
I don't know quite.
Are you back now or are you back? Are you back? This is the worst week for you. My friend, I'm not even know what's going on.
But it's such a strange time to come back. It's not the beginning or the end of the month. It's not even the beginning of the term.
Bueno.
I'm just saying, I'm gonna work.
I'm how to long to it up. Na fa tsana be ke tsena ha tsa go lata go lo le. Magashe. Wena go latile go bana go kgetla ntho tsa sekolo. A tile ke mo rejectile mabana. Ke di busy, ke di busy mara. Ke ntho ile nna ne ke tshaba go le motse wa ke busy kana go tsena. La go busy kana go tsenya ke be ska thata plus wena o bia le kwana tshwanetse
All right, colleagues, so welcome back. I see we are few people after lunch. So we are now going to look at the, I think this is the PhD category in our program, and we're going to head straight into it. So the first presentation, we have Ms. Naidu. If you can make your way to the podium. Yes, let's give her a round of applause. And the title of her presentation, Xenophobia Against the Non-National Academics at Higher Education Institutions in South Africa, a Legal Perspective. Over to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I must say that I just said to Prof. Chipunza now, I have the graveyard shift. So people are either just full from lunch and some have gone off to fetch their kids. But nonetheless, you know, the Bible says where 2 or 3 are gathered, there I am in your midst. So I'm hoping you will be in my midst this afternoon. And that my topic, because it's relevant to all of us sitting here, because it's speaking to xenophobia at higher education institutions. So it's relevant to us here in higher education. So I'm hoping that it will keep your interest this afternoon. Okay, so going into it, the objectives that I want to outline for you this afternoon is briefly the context of my study, motivation for the study, methodology, my research problem, research questions, a short discussion of the research questions, and then some brief conclusions and recommendations. I should have first said that I'm a doctoral student at the University of the Free State under the supervision of Professor J.D. Brandt, and I'm almost, hopefully, at the end of my study. So some of my conclusions are not final yet, but I make them in the hope that perhaps you will also have some feedback or input to give me regarding that. So the context of my study, we all know that human rights and xenophobia, human rights issues are prevalent in South Africa, and xenophobia is no exception. We see that xenophobia poses a threat to security. It's usually prevalent where there is intimidation by the state where immigrants are expelled, where employment opportunities and access to resources are restricted, and where the media reports on xenophobia using stereotypes. We also see that migration patterns in South Africa. South Africa has a very large pattern of migration, and since 1994, we've seen an increase in migration patterns. And then if we look at xenophobia and xenophobic violence, you'll see that while xenophobia is reported on in the media constantly, but we've seen serious pockets of violence in years like 2008, 2015, 2019, and now 2020, especially with the whole occurrence of Operation Dudula and what has been happening following the riots in July 2021. What we also see is that xenophobia is evolving, and what was once thought to affect just, it was perceived that it was affecting non-nationals from other countries, and specifically black people. In recent years, and especially in 2015, we see that it affects Chinese, Pakistani people, Bangladeshi people, and since the impact of COVID-19, we've also seen that it's affected Asian people as well. Xenophobia is also linked to issues of discrimination and equality. So in my study, that is what I also look at. I've tied it up to issues of discrimination and equality. So you might ask me what was the motivation for my study? Why did I pick this particular topic? And I'll briefly tell you, in 2010, my family and I relocated from Durban to the Free State. On arrival, even though I was in South Africa, in the same country, but in a different province, we found that we were somewhat subjected to stereotypical treatment from local people in Welkom. People assumed when they met us for the first time that we were Muslim, and as most of the town's population is Muslim. And having been born as a third generation South African Indian, I haven't been born in India, I was born and raised here, I started to think around this type of treatment. And I started to think that historical and political events have actually shaped the way that people treat each other and how we differentiate amongst each other. So that was part of the motivation for my study. In addition to that, we see that the Free State in particular has a history of exclusionary laws, unlike most provinces, but in the Free State you find that going back, there was a law passed as far back as 1891, and it was called the Statute Law of the Orange Free State. And this particular law prohibited Arabs and what they referred to as Chinamen and any other Asiatic or colored person from carrying on business or farming in the Free State. So following the passing of this law, such businesses were forced to close and owners were often deported without compensation. So that is why if you look at the history and the geography and the demographic of the Free State, you will find that you don't find many Asian people in the Free State. And that's partly can be attributed to history. So although these laws have been abolished and we have a new democracy, but we can see that, as I outlined in my personal motivation for the study, that these types of stereotypes or history and politics still affect the political and social landscape that we experience at the moment. And then historical and political events, and then I also found that in thinking about xenophobia is not just a problem globally, but it's also within South African society. And then I thought within my own personal context of where I work, I started to think of xenophobia in higher education. And on first looking at the topic and preliminary research, I found that there's a paucity of research on non-national academics specifically. So if you go and you look at literature on the topic, you'll find a lot of information on the internationalization of students and the experience of international students. But not many people have actually looked into how xenophobia affects non-national academics. There are articles and literature, but you'll also see that, funnily enough, this is written by non-nationals themselves and non-national academics who seem to see that there is an issue that needs to be unpacked. High levels of xenophobia generally in South African society at large also indicated that there is a need to look at xenophobia in the higher education context. So that there is my motivation for the study. My research problem, then my methodology firstly. My methodology is simple. So I did not undertake an empirical study. My study is purely a review of primary legal sources. So I've looked at legislation, domestic, international legislation, other jurisdictions. And my study is based purely on a critical engagement with these sources. So my literature review spans the extent of my study, as you will see when we look at my research questions. So empirical data is looked at in the form of existing scholarship and research, reporting on it and interrogating it. My research problem, the main research problem, as you would obviously conclude, is looking at xenophobia against non-national academics at South African higher education institutions. So in the course of the literature review, I look at other institutions, but I chose to focus the spotlight on specifically Central University of Technology and the University of the Free State. What do I do? What am I saying in the research problem? That I need to explore and critically assess the protection against xenophobia that the law at international, regional, and domestic level provides to non-national academics. And as I said earlier, issues of equality and discrimination are tied to issues of xenophobia, so I assess this protection against a standard of substantive or restitutionary equality. My research questions are 6, and of course they are linked to the chapters in my study. So firstly, I unpacked what is xenophobia and what is specific about it as compared to other types of discrimination. I'll briefly go through these again as I look at each one. Secondly, is there xenophobia against non-national academics at higher education institutions in South Africa? And if so, how does it manifest and what is specific about it? Number 3, what approach to equality should be used in order to evaluate current law and policy with respect to xenophobia against non-national academics? The 4th question, what is the law and policy that relates to xenophobia against non-national academics at South African higher education institutions, and what protection do these instruments provide to non-national academics, whether generally or specifically? 5 is linked to 4. Does the current law and policy identified sufficiently regulate xenophobia against non-national academics? If not, in which ways does it not? Does it perhaps confirm or encourage attitudes of xenophobia? And 6, in which ways can the current legal protection and policies be improved to better cater for the rights of non-national academics? So those are my research questions. If I look at then the first one, just to tell you briefly how I dealt with each one in my study. So in looking at the first question, what is xenophobia, what is specific about it, and how does it compare to other types of discrimination? Here, I discussed what xenophobia entails. I looked at it, defined it, looked at it nationally, globally, looked at the different forms it can take. So this chapter in my study encompassed both a theoretical approach to understanding xenophobia as well as a description of the phenomenon and how it occurs in society, both in a historical context, a political context, and looking at what is different about xenophobia from other types of discrimination. Some of the findings or conclusions that I was able to reach is that, you know, we often think when we say xenophobia, the definition that comes to mind or what comes to mind is just that it's the fear of strangers. And in my study, I found that it's more than that. It's multifaceted and it encompasses more than just the fear of strangers. So I found that it also includes negative attitudes as well as hostile behavior towards people who are seen as outsiders to a community, not necessarily another country. Secondly, xenophobia is a human rights issue as it unfairly discriminates against persons on the basis of their ethnic origin or their nationality. It's a national, regional, and global phenomenon that affects both citizens and non-citizens. So it has to be understood from different perspectives, depending on how it manifests in society. I also discussed the theories underpinning xenophobia in this chapter, and I concluded that xenophobia may overlap with other types of discrimination. So often when you look at literature, there might be an overlap between xenophobia, Afrophobia, neo-nationalism, racism. But when you unpack these, you see that xenophobia is distinct in the sense that xenophobia discriminates against someone on the basis of their country of origin, while racism, for example, discriminates against someone on the basis of their skin color. Racism occurs where minority group oppresses the majority group, and we see in xenophobia it's the opposite. It's the vulnerable minorities that are mostly affected by the manifestation of xenophobia. So how then does this affect non-national academics? So in the next chapter or the next question, I had to look at, is there xenophobia against non-national academics at higher education institutions? And if so, how does it manifest and what is specific about it? So here I devoted this to a discussion on how it manifests in higher education. It was a bit of a challenge because, as I said, the literature relates mostly towards non-national students. And there's a paucity of research in relation to non-national academics. What were some of the findings, however, is that from the research that is available, it does show that xenophobia exists in the academic environment. However, it doesn't manifest as it manifests outside in society, where we see xenophobic violence, where we see assault, murders, and so on. Here we find it is more a covert type of xenophobia that is seen to be embedded institutionally. And it's expressed through behaviors such as ill treatment, marginalization, oppression, humiliation. And you may ask, what are practical examples of these? So in the literature that we consult, we find that things like being passed over for promotion because you are a non-national academic, being subjected to lower salary grades and salary anomalies due to being non-national, longer working hours as well. Some of the practical ways in which you find these covert manifestations of xenophobia. I also looked at other countries and found that in some of the other countries, I specifically looked at the UK, Canada, and Germany, and we find that xenophobia also occurs in terms of these types of microaggressions in these countries. So it lends credence to the statement that it's a national, regional, as well as a global phenomenon. Then looking at the issue of equality, so I had to bring equality to bear upon the information that I was looking at in relation to xenophobia. So what approach to equality should be used in order to evaluate current law and policy? So we know that the Constitution guarantees everyone the right to equality in Section 9. But if we go and we look at the Constitution specifically, we see that not all rights are given to everybody. So, for instance, the right to equality might be there, but in relation to labor rights, employment rights, we find that non-nationals are not accorded the same rights. And sometimes this leads to discrimination in the workplace. What is the law? What is the law and policy that relates to non-national academics? So this was a big part of my study where I had to unpack the legislation. So I looked at the Labor Relations Act, human rights legislation, case law, past and present, Employment Equity Act, the Employment Services Act, and looking at how it would affect non-national academics specifically. There is a bill currently called the Prevention and Combating of Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Bill in Parliament, but it's been on the table since 2018 and it still hasn't been passed. And then interesting for you is that I also examined the anti-discrimination, transformation, and HR policies, recruitment policies of CUT and UFS, as well as the internationalization strategies. And I'll tell you what I found in my conclusions. Also, as I went through my study, I found that things were evolving, things were developing in relation to xenophobia. So there were more legislative amendments and recent case law that came to bear upon this topic. So we have something called the Gauteng Township Economic Development Bill and now the Free State Bill. These two bills are being passed by Parliament, which seek to further restrict the rights of non-nationals, specifically the right to conduct business in township settings. So you have to be a permanent resident if you want to conduct small business within a township area. So government seeking to further restrict the rights of non-nationals. And then Rafaneke's case is a recent case that was at the Bloemfontein High Court and was taken to the Constitutional Court, dealing specifically with the rights of non-nationals who studied at the University of Free State for a law qualification. They were successful, they graduated, and then they applied to the High Court to be admitted as attorneys to practice. And then they hit a stone wall because when they applied, the Legal Practice Act says you have to be a permanent resident in South Africa in order to be admitted to practice. So there was a huge discussion around this, and they were not successful. The case went to the Constitutional Court, and in the Constitutional Court, the judge actually decided in favor of the Legal Practice Council, saying that the act was not discriminatory and did not guarantee that the Constitution, what it turned on was that the Constitution does not guarantee non-nationals the right to work. So we can study in South Africa, but doesn't guarantee you the right to work. So we might see that decision being challenged in the future. So does the current law, the next question, does the current law and policy identified sufficiently regulate xenophobia against non-national academics? So here I looked at the gaps in discrimination, anti-discrimination legislation, the laws, the fact that hate crime legislation has not been passed yet to specifically deal with xenophobia. Also, interestingly enough, as you would see in the media, government stance on xenophobia, statements that are made by politicians, media statements, and then the institutional policies that I mentioned earlier of CUT and the UFS. And the findings, interestingly enough, indicate that whilst we might have transformation policies and strategies, recruitment policies, but xenophobia is not catered for specifically. At CUT, we speak about many aspects of discrimination, but xenophobia is not embedded in our documents, and there's a need to do that. At the UFS, there is a transformation policy, there is a document, guiding document on xenophobia and other types of discrimination. But the international strategies as well as the international office needs to recognize the rights of the and the needs of non-national academics more than it does so at present. And then finally, my recommendations that I'm still working with, the right to work should be looked at in terms of countrywide and in terms of national legislation. Immigration law and service delivery could be more friendly towards non-nationals. The passing of xenophobic specific legislation, that's important. International treaties to be domesticated. So while we subscribe to international laws and treaties, but the fact that we have them doesn't mean that government implements them at a practical level. The higher education context and the experience of non-national academics, so we need to look at that and how non-nationals perceive. There needs to be more research done in this area, perceive xenophobia. The role of government and media and the role of communities and societies. How do we represent non-nationals in the media? How are they spoken about? Education in terms of communities and societies. You would have seen what's happening with Operation Dudula and those kind of movements that are motivating for the removal of non-nationals in business areas. And then that we could learn from the experience of other countries in curbing xenophobia, Germany and Canada. And then just quickly, whilst I was researching, I noticed that there was recently an article by Professor Jonathan Jansen in University World News. As I said, there was little research on academics, but Prof. Jansen has now written a short article where he says that xenophobia does affect higher education institutions. And he's now part of a study where they are looking at it across the 26 universities in South Africa. And I just want to read this quote where he says, "At the root of the problem is the lack of understanding of what a university is and is not. I do not know of any higher education institution in South Africa that takes the time at orientation or any other forum to teach students what a university is." Oh, this is going to trouble me, my friend. Okay. That it is a place of higher learning, that it is not a religious organization requiring commitment to a shared dogma, that it thrives on reason, not rage, that it is not an extension of the school or home, that it is a public institution open to all, that it is not a racial or ethnic or sectarian possession, that it values independence of thought. Most of all, that a university has open borders that welcomes ideas and inventions from anywhere and by anyone in the world. When such core values fall away, a university is simply a training institute that produces automatons for the local markets without any sense of conscience towards a broader humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Naidu. Colleagues, any questions?
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. You mentioned Canada and Germany. Apparently, they have their way of curbing xenophobia. I'm interested. Which method did they use that side to address that issue?
Well, if you look at both the countries, I chose those countries because Canada is a progressive democracy as well. And I chose Germany because Germany also has a history of discriminatory laws. So I thought there was a parallel. And if you look at it, there is this common challenge across all countries, even in the UK. And it's just a matter of, if you unpack what they're doing, it's a matter of passing anti-discriminatory legislation. So looking at passing laws that will legislate against xenophobia, making people more aware. So community awareness and education. One of the countries, I think it's Germany, has an app where you can report xenophobia and for it to be investigated. So, using social media as well as a way in which to create this awareness. But it's not that, we mustn't think that it's only happening in South Africa. No, it's happening all around the world. If there is movement of people, there's going to be these kind of issues. So we can just see what works and then try and adapt that for our situation.
There's a second question.
Thank you so much for a good presentation. I just want to ascertain which type of literature review.
I just engaged with a literature review, like a desktop review, where I consulted as many sources I could on the topic, and focusing specifically on the legislation. So I divided it up into the legislation that we do on a national level, as well as regions, as well as international. So looking at international treaties, case law, but case law specifically.
So basically, in your document, you show how you excluded other material, and what you ensure that you incorporated as inclusion. Like that.
Well, in my methodology, I made it quite clear as to how I would approach my study. So specifically, what sources I'm going to consult and what I'm not doing. So in other words, I'm not engaging in empirical study.
Right. Oh, so basically what I'm asking, I'm coming from an article, literary article, whereby reviewers sometimes they are interested to understand the process that leads to what we have, or to generalization. So it comes on with, was it narrative literature review, was it systematic? And nowadays a trend is coming on to say, show us parameters that you use. Inclusion exclusion for you to say I used these legal tools, which other legal tools didn't you use to justify so as to bring up scientific robustness in that?
Go ahead.
Thank you for the interesting study. My question, I think you mentioned that you used certain theories to underpin your study, but I think it's through the interest of time where you just rushed off and then it did not indicate which one specifically. If you can just indicate.
So I used mainly the Tadfel and Turner social identity theory, which is a theory that places people within a certain group. So we, as human beings, we all gravitate towards an identity. We have an identity, and then we gravitate towards certain groups. So the social identity theory says that when we do this, we will form part of an in-group and exclude the out-group. And I related that to xenophobia. And then I also looked at 3 theories by Harris: the isolation theory, the biocultural theory, and the scapegoat theory.
All right, thank you very much. Prof. Frida, I see your hand is up. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to unmute yourself, as you would have noticed throughout the day. Our IT guy, he's responsible for the settings, so it seems like people, our colleagues from Welcome Campus, are not able to unmute. Are you able to do so, Prof. Frida? Okay, so please, our colleagues from Welcome Campus, if you may just type your questions in the chat box, and we'll attend to that. Which brings me to, I think, thank you very much. Can we give her another round of applause? The issue of our colleagues from Welcome Campus not being able to unmute themselves, we were not aware that there's one colleague of ours who's going to present from that side. So unfortunately, this is not going to be possible. Mr. Fitong, I'm not sure if you can be able to hear me. Sorry? Oh, is it me? So sorry, I beg your pardon.
It's a mistake.
It's a mistake here. My apologies. So, Ms. Fitong, I think, I'm not sure if our IT guy will be here. So what we're going to do is, I'm going to move into the last category for today, which is postdoctoral. And our next speaker, Dr. Adelua, if you can just maybe approach the podium. And the title of his presentation
Thank you so much. I would want to first say that the discourse about small and medium enterprises have, largely been looked at from the prism of regulations and structured work ethics. We tend to leave those people outside the confines of regulations. Those are the people I refer to as the informal sector. And here, I want to argue that be it as it may, that they contribute hugely to any economic growth. They have largely suffered numerous challenges, especially during the COVID-19 in the context of Nigeria. So basically, my title is to understand the characteristics and the challenges of the informal sector. And I'm doing this through the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic for small and micro businesses in Lagos, Nigeria. This suffice to say that I'm looking at the implication during this period and what the future holds for SMEs in the informal sector. In the context of Nigerian economy, okay, it's fine. SMEs, according to the National Bureau of Statistics in Nigeria, contribute hugely to the Nigerian economy in terms of GDP. And it is so quite challenging that you find graduates in this part of the sector, the informal sector, where they have no cover or regulation of their work ethics. So the overview of the research program, the coronavirus, as we all know, called COVID-19 pandemic, has continued because the effect still continues to linger, to engender challenges on business operations and customer loyalty. The spontaneous spread of the COVID has provoked socioeconomic consequences for developed and developing countries, with more implications on the survival of small and micro businesses. A number of them during the COVID collapsed, liquidated, and those that are still active are suffering huge challenges. According to a recent report by the World Bank, the fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic has the most potent implications on economic growth and business survival among all other economic recessions. It suffices to argue that the emergence of the COVID pandemic has more deleterious effect on SMEs, particularly from those from the Global South, with limited government support. I want to put a scenario here. In my own context, where the study is situated, during the COVID-19 pandemic, SMEs were supposed to be given palliatives, for continued survival, especially those in the informal sector, But amidst all of this proclamation and promises, politicians, in their usual self, stock money, produce in their warehouse, and they left a number of these guys stranded, some committing suicide, and all the rest. Now, across the globe, SMEs in the informal sectors are experiencing a strenuous time sustaining and developing their enterprise. There exist past possibilities for this category of entrepreneurs transversing through the traditional business trend to digital business activities, even as this COVID-19 implication on survival becomes harder. This is also a major factor because in the informal sector, where SMEs, these category SMEs are found, they have limited accessibility to digital enhancement on how to conduct their businesses. So it's a huge one for them, especially during the COVID. Let me go to the next slide. Globally, studies have shown that informal sector SMEs were the most affected. As a cushion effect for SMEs, many countries employed various measures, including loans, tax relief measures, and palliative. I think I was in South Africa during the outbreak, and I could see how government supported a number of SMEs. But this is a contrary case to the Nigeria context, where all goes to the big men, in quotes. Overview and the supplement continue. The argument pursued in this paper is based on the narrative that the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic has engendered disruptive consequences on the operations and activities of Nigerian informal sector, with ensuing challenges for the survival of business operations. let me not bother you with too much issues. Let me just go straight to the objectives. This study hopes to address the preceding gap by bringing on board a context-based approach that can ignite and survive the SMEs in this era of the COVID-19 pandemics, because the effect still lingers on business survivors. The objectives include to identify and explain the challenges of the informal sector. Ditto, we cannot understand the issues around SMEs in informal sector if we do not understand what the challenges of the informal sector itself is, because it keeps changing every day. And to assess the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic for SMEs in the informal sector, and largely to understand the future, this is very important, to understand the future of SMEs in post-COVID pandemic. I don't want to bore you too much with stories. Now, the methodology is grounded on the assumptions of the interpretive research philosophies, where, as we know, emphasis is to explore the opinions, experiences, and perception of respondents in understanding a research problem. The design is designed on exploratory design approach because, like I said, there have been a number of issues, literature in the context of this study that emphasize the challenges of SMEs on a broad scale without giving particular reference to those in the informal sector. So I employed exploratory design to be able to expand the limit of what is known on this discourse. The population comprised of business owners from retail, constructions, tourism, and transportation, particularly those that were constituted in the informal sector. The main population were restricted to the owners of this business, and a total of 17 SMEs business owners were selected. Now, 17 is selected in line with the tradition of the qualitative research assumption, where we don't emphasize too much on numbers, but of course to have deep exploration of research problems. So you might be thinking, why 17? For those that are apologies to quantitative study. In qualitative, we only take a very sparse number. In fact, there have been scholarly argument on the appropriateness of sample size for qualitative study. If you permit me, according to Shekara and Buji, 2016, in 2019, Saunders and et al., they've all argued that a sample size between 10 and 20 can be appropriate to unpack deep understanding of qualitative research. So the study in terms of recruitment strategy was on the purposive sampling techniques, and emphasis were being given to those that have been impacted, in particular with the emergence of the COVID-19, SMEs with the COVID-19 in the informal sector. And to be able to identify this specific respondent, of course, I had to adopt referrals to be able to know which and who to speak to be able to know their perceptions and experience concerning the discourse of study. We were able to ascertain the ability of the data through a well-known stage, a first stage of ensuring the reliability of qualitative data propounded by Trochium and Dulles, including credibility, transferability, dependability, and conformability of data. All these are explained for time. Let me go again. So, in terms of the analysis, the NVivo was employed, and if you allow me, NVivo is not to analyze your qualitative data, but of course to be able to bring out patterns, what we call themes, and if you like, sub-themes from your transcript data. So, having been able to identify patterns and themes and sub-themes from the qualitative data, we then went ahead to make sense, to make meaning of the qualitative data through the content analysis. And the result we have is showing here in this table. We pattern the objectives in line with the various themes and sub-themes, as you can see. For example, objectives 1, challenges of the informal sector. We're able to understand regulatory and monitoring activities. The informal sector, SMEs in the informal sectors, are left to their own destiny. Nobody regulates their activities, but I think there's a bit of that in the context of South Africa. They are still being regulated here, but there, nobody regulates them, and there are a lot of institutional and social constraints, precariousness, and absence of labor legislation. There's no known labor legislation in Nigeria that gives recognition to SMEs or anybody of in the informal sector. There's none, and you find that very strange. That how will these people be given coverage or be given protection? I wouldn't know if there's any law that protect them here, but I know of Ghana, where it is constitutional, responsibility of the Labor Act to protect the interest of those in the informal sector. Then let's now come to the challenges of the COVID for SMEs. One of them liquidated their businesses, low patronage, weak financial strength, and low utilization of human resources. The most pertinent one is to understand the future of SMEs in the informal sector post-COVID. And you could see that a number of them are yearning for palliatives and loan to be able to survive their enterprise. They are yearning for government support, which are largely not are present, and they are also open for the inculcation of technology, digitization of their business, and of course this can also come into face through government support and other stakeholders. These are the sub-themes here. So we're able to put the teams together in a word cloud, proud to the table. Yes, it here. The conclusion is that stretching the discourse of informality beyond the narrative of structural arrangement organization to a more profound theme of challenges and characteristics of the informal sector tends now to offer a new research frontier. Because, like I said earlier, it's been known that SMEs are always being studied within the confines of formality and living informality. So now, having attempted this discourse, it is hoped that we are able to offer a new research frontier so that we'll be able to appreciate the impact of the COVID-19 on small businesses in Nigeria. The study concludes that while the performance of small business continue to be affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, the need to constitute appropriate support measure for the sustainability, survival, and the future of the informal sector SMEs cannot be overemphasized. This conclusion is premised on the importance of SMEs. Like I said, they contribute largely to the GDP of the country in terms of employment and financial support to the economy. So we need to start seeing them as crucial, as important, more like those in the former sector. The canon of informality studies must therefore seek to understand the dynamics of the COVID-19. The challenges of COVID-19, no doubt, is dynamic. So we need to start understanding this dynamic for a more robust understanding of the informal sector challenges and prospects. The suggestion is the call for a more supportive measure towards monitoring challenges of informal sector SMEs. Overall, the study recommends a more regulatory function. There is a need to start regulating the activities of informal sector, SMEs in the informal sector, in a bid to address the challenges of the COVID-19 of business. The implication is the goal of ensuring the survival of SMEs, even in post-COVID world, particularly for continuous economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. As I see with your slide there, so the question has already been posted. So, colleagues, do you have questions for Dr. Adeoluwa? Okay, thank you very much.
Doc, how are you? All right. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation and insightful research that you've done. You spoke about the challenges surrounding the SMMEs during the time of COVID, and obviously in the rural areas. There's something that you said regarding the digital technologies, and somehow there should be challenges. I'm interested in knowing these challenges. And in your answer, maybe give me a typical example of, let's say a farmer, in that particular region, any region within Nigeria, who has to be possibly running a certain kind of business, and now here is COVID-19, and then digital technologies are here. What are the challenges for this particular?
Okay, thank you so much, Doc. Now, you see, if you recall very well, during the pandemic, there were total lockdown in Nigeria. Total. Yeah. I mean total. You go nowhere. And SMEs then could not be able to pitch their business because of lack of digitalization skills.
Okay.
And particularly, some of them might have the skills, but they need support to be able to enhance and put their produce out there. It is a different bottle of explanation because it is context specific. Many people in the informal sector, as the SMEs, are living just for survival. By that context, I mean just to be able to afford 1 or 2 meals. So digitization is required to be able to pitch or expand their business out there, and majority of them do not have the facilities or even access to this. Thing. I hope I answered the question.
Yeah, no. The just following up on that. I'm interested again in, and please don't take me wrong.
That's okay.
There's this 419 scam that is known around that region, and talking about people from the rural areas, and then having a background of maybe digital immigration, so meaning somebody who has grown up somebody who was born after technology, before technology, in other words. So this person doesn't know much about technology, and there's that it's a kind of fear when it comes to technology. Now here's 419. How do you think 419? What is the impact of 419?
Okay. Firstly, let me first contest and try to say that 419 is a generic issue across countries.
Yeah.
and it's not specific to Nigeria.
Yeah.
Now, but to now answer your second question, those engaged in 419, like you just tried to say, internet scam, right? This cannot be categorized. Nigeria is a country of more than 200 population, people, and for you to be able to see, sparsity of people engaged in internet, frauds, scams, and all that, does not really transmute to the fact that a large portion of the population understand digitization. I think that is where you are trying to come from. That because there is high incidence of cybercrime, people should be able to understand how to use digitization, right? So it does not translate to the fact that if few people can be able to use internet to scam people, that those that are in the rural areas or informal sector surviving on their petty businesses would also have access or understand digitization, just as you have rightly said.
Okay.
I don't know if I've answered the question.
Thank you so much, because I'm doing a study basically.
Okay, sir.
Regarding digital marketing, being used as a tool for SMMEs.
Okay.
So one of the things that I came across was the issue of fear because of the cybercrime that takes
Exactly.
place in that platform. And
Okay, that's space.
so, as much as I said no hard feelings about where you come from,
No, it's fine, bro.
There's always this stereotype of Nigerians being this way.
It is, I know, yeah.
As I was interested in hearing that.
Yeah.
From you.
No.
What is the situation?
There's no. I can see that the discourse is trying to digress a little, but it's fine. now I want to speak empirical fact now.
Yeah.
Few Nigerians are into internet scam. There's no doubt about that. But like I told you earlier, it is a generic issue. Somebody have attempted to scam me. Yeah. No, it's not a joke. And I told him to his face that, look, even if I do not do this thing, I did not choose this path.
Yeah.
I choose the other path. It doesn't mean with all you can scam me. It's not possible. So it is everywhere, actually, bro. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Don.
That's okay. Thank you, bro.
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. I liked your last slide where on one hand you recommended government to provide more funding or to make more funding available to firms, to these small firms, to cushion them from the negative effects of COVID-19 on the one hand. And then immediately after, you then talked about maybe increasing regulation of this sector. Yeah, you see that is somewhat contradictory at two levels. On the one hand, you find that the main reason why governments are quite adamant to fund some of these SMMEs operating in the informal sector is that as much as they contribute to GDP, employment and other things, there is no official trace or official record of how much that contribution is, because their argument is that they don't really, they don't contribute to tax in a way. That's the argument that's the argument normally advanced from the regulatory side of it. Okay, that's one level. On the other hand, the reason why some of these small firms resist going through the process of formalization is not out of default, it's actually out of choice. Partly because there are different challenges that are actually encountered when firms go through the process of formalization, from the bureaucratic process involved in formalizing, That's number one. The need to follow labor laws. The moment you become a formally regulated business, now you have to pay maybe at par or above market rates or something like that. And then the other one, which is even more important, is the payment of tax. So it's a catch-22 situation to say, on one hand, the government wants all these businesses to formalize so that they can actually have a ready supply of revenue through tax. On the other hand, some of these small businesses, they take it upon themselves not to formalize for the reasons, some of the reasons I've already highlighted. So how do you think that duality can be reconciled between the need to increase support as well as support for these SMEs to cushion them from the negative effects as well as to generate revenue for the state on the one hand, and the conscious need for these small businesses to remain in the informal sector for some of the reasons I've already highlighted?
Thank you so much, Prof. Firstly, the concern of regulation is not a crack for government. I just mentioned it earlier that the first point of call is to give them legal protection, and that is the basis of the regulation. When people are being covered by specific law, every other thing falls into place. And it is not that they don't want to fall into the net of formalization. They want to, but there have been specific challenge from the government. The Nigerian Labour Act itself is so ambiguous that those that are even covered do not even enjoy the full meaning of protection. So the emphasis on allowing them to be formalized and start paying taxes, SMEs in the formal sector pay taxes indirectly, even without being formalized. They pay taxes. They buy goods and resell, and these goods are being taxed. So it is not too crack for government to ensure that they are formalized. The first point of call is to, of course, give them legal protection. Look, if you as a union in court now seeking for a right, there's no way you can propound that right, pursue that right without a legal enforcement. So it is a deliberate effort, like I said, perhaps in my own opinion, to allow people to live in poverty net for so long a time. You cannot allow them or give them protection and not start enjoying the full benefit of informality. So it is not that it is not conflicting. If you give them legal protection, you can still support them with palliatives, with loans. There's a bank called Industry Bank, Bank of Industry in Nigeria. Its function is to support SMEs. But I tell you today, they have collapsed that institution through corrupt practices. So these are the people that needed to be supported with loans, assistance to pitch up their enterprise, for growth. I don't know if I've answered your question, sir.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that on one hand, you are proposing a push towards formalization. But that pushes repercussions for particular businesses, especially small businesses. And on the other hand, there are these small businesses. They are not formalizing because what I'm trying to say is deliberate. It could be deliberate. maybe they don't see the benefits of formalizing. That's number one. Maybe there are bureaucratic issues involved. Maybe there are issues around conformity to labor laws. All those issues. I get you when you talk of social protection and all those issues, but I think it's a question of how to reconcile the perceived benefits of formalizing on the one hand, and what they stand to lose from remaining informal.
I don't think there is much to lose when an informality becomes formalized. I'll give you an example. In Ghana, for an instance, informal sector workers, operators are backed by law. And then you have SMEs there too, and government are also supporting them with loans. So it is not contradictory. It is one after the other. You first put them into the protection net. I cannot be an SMEs operator in the informal sector and be challenging on legal ground the need for government to fund my enterprise. But when I have a legal framework, backing what I do, I can challenge that. You get what I'm saying? So, at the instance I just said now, Ghana have legal protection. It is constitutional in the Labour Act. They were covered. They can unionize. They can do all sort of. And yet, as it comes to assistance, the governments often support them to grow their enterprise. You see, I think this whole thing is about not prioritizing what is important. Nigeria as a country is being known not to appreciate potentials, and that has been a major stock. I know that you'll have been seeing many innovations emanating from that part of the world. Majority of them are not given any assistance, and that is why Doc mentioned the concern of cybercrime. I've seen young men that in the disguise of running an enterprise, they are into scam because nobody is willing to pull them up. I'm not trying to justify crime here, but that is the problem. So if you have people that you can call and say, okay, when you have issues, form a force, a union, membership, and put your concerns forward. In South Africa here, I see students pitching their entrepreneurs, potentials, even at the level of universities, and few of them have been supported. After all, it doesn't work like that back there. So, but if you have people that contribute massively, right, and you don't still want to give them the necessary protection in terms of legal, how long do you now expect them to be enjoying informality? So that answers your question, that I do not think anyone would want to enjoy informality because there are hundreds of challenges in there. Task force would come. Look, Prof, it doesn't operate here as it is there. Task force would just come, take away your market, because there is nobody to back you up, nobody to fight your cause for you. They throw them away. You see what I'm saying? So if there is a need to say, okay, these people are legally recognized by law, I think that will come to a reduction, and then can now canvass for assistance in terms of loans, palliatives to be able to grow their respective enterprise.
Let us have the conversation.
Yeah, Prof.
But we can talk further outside the confines of the.
Yes, absolutely. We're really pressed for time. All right, colleagues, our last presentation, Dr. Nkwe, he will be presenting on, on nexus between entrepreneurship passion and entrepreneurship orientation, the moderating role of agenda. Over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Yo, it's a punishment to be the last one to present. The worst punishment ever. Huh? But I don't know why you punish me that way. Huh? What have I done? Okay, but I will try my best. I will try my best to not keep you for long. Okay, the first thing, allow me to talk a bit as a statistician. I love statistics and I'm passionate by statistics. 15 years I've been a research statistician. And I had the privilege to train Dr. Hlalele, who came and gave us some interesting presentations a few years back. I just want to mention few limitations because I asked him the question. He said he hasn't explored the tool that much. But so I quickly checked there because I know where to look when I'm looking at a new software. So for those who can understand, for 2 minutes, I will just explain a little bit the limitation of GSP, the software he was presenting. Okay, the first thing is that is a covariance-based approach. Please, he said there are two. He does both covariance and component. No, there's no SCM. Talking about SCM, for those who knows SCM, there's no single software in SCM who does both. So I was quite surprised, but I checked. It's a covariance-based approach. Okay, so since it's a covariance-based approach, all the restriction of the covariance-based approach applies. Okay, all of them applies. So I saw a lot of excitement going on. So all of them applies. It means that to use a covariance-based approach, you need a big sample size. Okay. And also his software requires programming when it comes to SCM. You cannot just click, click, click like other software. Okay, there are also a challenge with continuous moderator with covariance-based approach, okay? When you have a group, you can do multi-group analysis to test a moderation, but when you have a continuous variable, it becomes very complicated with covariance. You need to move to component-based approach. It do not accommodate formative construct. Formative constructs, for those who know what formative construct is, please don't go use that software to test formative construct. I'm mainly in SCM. Does not test for quadratic effect, non-linear effect. That's quadratic. We assume that all effects are linear. It's not true. In real life, no. All relationships are not linear. So it doesn't test for quadratic effect. It cannot illustrate a moderating relationship like you're going to see in my study now. It cannot do that. For now, SmartPLS is the best when it comes to that. They were not able to do it in the previous version, but now they can do it. You can actually represent it the way it appears. Specific indirect effect, you cannot isolate a specific indirect effect from a serial mediation, talking even about mediation. For those who understand, I'm not talking to everybody, but those who understand. So these are the few things, yes, these are the few things that I've picked up, okay? That I've picked up, yeah. Okay, let me now talk about my study. I just wanted to make it clear so that while we are using the tool, we know. But it's very good for basic analysis. Okay, let me not destroy his argument. It's very good for basic analysis. So things like MANOVA, ANCOVA, T-test, ANOVA, you can do it there. It's fine. But SCM, you really need to know what you are doing and what you are looking for. Okay? Okay, let me quickly talk about my study. People are tired. There's a musician, a famous musician called Julio Iglesias. Who knows him? People from the old generation, Julius Iglesias. Yeah, yeah, very good musician, famous. One day they asked him, but what is the secret of your success? When you sing, there's something. He says that I'm so successful because I give you more than a song. I share with you the passion that I have for music. And I think that when it comes to entrepreneurship, people are asking the same question. The debate has evolved. Before, it was all about let's promote entrepreneurship. People got into entrepreneurship, but they realized that within 3 years, 70 to 80% of company died. So they start asking themselves a question, is it just a matter of promoting entrepreneurship, or we need to factor in the ingredient of success? We need to start thinking on the quality that people need to have before even starting business. What's the point of having 100 babies, but 70 and 80% of them die? Then you start thinking that what should I factor in so that actually I stop losing, because this 70 business, 70 and 80%, sometimes government invests inside, it's money lost. Now, some study have started then investigating the qualities that some aspiring entrepreneurs need to have so that to increase their chance of success. One of the concepts that is very famous, known in the literature as one of the quality needed if you want to be successful in entrepreneurship, is entrepreneurship orientation. Oh, this thing is not working. I thought my pointer will work. Okay, I will use this. Doesn't work also? How do I change my... Oh, we click.
Yeah, you can just move on.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I was saying that 70 to 80% of the business died within 3 years. So many studies have established that entrepreneurship orientation is a quality. Entrepreneurship orientation includes 3 things. Propensity to risk-taking. Okay, you need, if you want to be a successful entrepreneur, you need to be eager to take risk. Okay? Second thing, innovativeness. You need to be able to innovate. Propose new ideas in time of crisis. Okay? And proactiveness. Be able to identify a need, the need for a product in the market before it arrives. Okay? Proactiveness. Now, these 3 things, risk-taking, innovativeness, proactiveness, these were the quality that were already in the literature, saying that you need to have them to succeed as an entrepreneur. But little is known about passion. What's the role of passion? What's the contribution of passion? As the musician was saying, that passion is his secret. When he sings, he gives you more than a song. Does passion also have something to do in the success of an entrepreneur? And especially in reinforcing what entrepreneurship orientation is already doing. So that's the purpose of my presentation this morning. Okay, so my study investigate the moderating role of, I didn't talk about gender. We all know the stereotype when it comes to business affairs, right? They think that men are more successful in business, they have more quality, they are predisposed to succeed in business compared to women. So we are going to test if the relationship between entrepreneurship passion and risk-taking, innovativeness, and proactiveness is the same between male and female. If that relationship is the same between male and female. That's what we call moderation. Moderation is testing a relationship across 2 levels, 2 or 3 levels, and see if that relationship changes of strength and direction. That's moderation. Okay, cool. Let me quickly move. Okay, I've defined entrepreneurship, risk-taking, and all this. Let me move on. Okay, research question. Does entrepreneurship passion affect the 3 main components of entrepreneurship orientation? That's one of my research questions. The second research question is, does the effect of entrepreneurship passion on risk-taking, innovativeness, and proactiveness differ between male and female? So that's why this research we try to cover. This is my conceptual model. This is how you represent moderation. I also take the opportunity. Moderation, the arrow touch another arrow, doesn't touch a variable. Okay? Right. So this is the conceptual model that I'm going to test in this study. Okay, methodology was a quantitative study. All that goes with it. All that goes with it. Positivist, questionnaire, etc. All right. Okay, I use SEM to test the model. You know that SEM has 2 phases. We have the confirmatory factor analysis, and we have the testing of the structural model, regardless the tool you use. That's the law. That's the law. So, the logic in SCM is that before testing your hypothesis, you need to prove to us that your instruments are valid. That is the logic of SCM. So the first thing you do is to demonstrate that your instruments are valid. Now, when you talk about demonstrating that your instruments are valid, you talk about two types of validity, okay? Convergent validity, which includes reliability. Reliability, technically, is a step, the first step towards convergent validity, technically. So, here you can see that all my instruments are converged, have reliability supported using the composite validity, composite reliability, which is above 0.7. And the AVE is above 0.5. All these AVE are really far above 0.5, means that my constructs are wonderful. Okay, I can use them to test my hypothesis. As far as convergent validity is concerned, they are fine. Okay, let's talk about discriminant validity, which is the second validity that you need to prove. Now, discriminant validity is a test that you run to demonstrate that all the variables involved in your model are actually discriminating from each other. Discriminating in a positive way, not xenophobia. In a positive, in a positive way. It means that you gave them different names in your model to tell me they are different. Then you need to demonstrate to me statistically that they are different. That's why we test the discriminant validity. Now, there are many ways of testing discriminant validity. We have the HTMT, okay, and we have the Fornell and Lakers. And in the HTMT, you don't want any value here to be above 0.9, according to Hare. Okay, now some people are becoming a bit more strict, they see 8.5. But you know, in research, you quote the person that goes with your results. So, according to Hare, no one here is above 0.9. So it means that there's no strong correlation between any of these constructs. Because two constructs can bear different names, but it's actually the same thing. So this test helps you to know that no, they are not the same. They are not strongly correlated. By the way, you correlated with yourself is 1 in statistics. So anything that is close to 1, when it comes to correlation coefficient, is almost you. Yeah. So that's why we don't want high correlation here. It's like having a soccer team with 2 goalkeepers playing at the same time. Doesn't make sense. Okay, one person, okay, to play a specific role. All right. So in terms of HTMT is fine. All my things are valid. Okay. Now we have the Fornell and Laker, which is more famous. Here the principle is that what you have here on the diagonal is the square root of the AVE. And the AVE that we calculated previously when we were talking about convergent validity. So just square it and then you put it there in the diagonal, and now you make sure that whatever value is either under it or aligned to it is not above the square root. So you can see that for entrepreneurship passion, all the values are below the blue. For innovativeness, the value on the row and the one under are below the blue. So the convergent validity is supported. Now this is my model tested. Okay? According to the result, so here's my moderator gender, okay? And I have a negative sign there, a negative moderation coefficient, but it's significant, okay? So it means that gender moderates all 3 relationships that you're having in the model, okay? And we can see that entrepreneurship passion is actually a strong predictor of these 3 dependent variables, whether risk-taking, innovativeness, and proactiveness. What does that mean? It means that the more someone is passionate about entrepreneurship, the more it's likely to take risk. The more someone is passionate about entrepreneurship, the more is likely to innovate. The more someone is passionate about entrepreneurship, the more it's likely to be proactive. There's a relationship there. That's what it means. That's what this model is saying. And entrepreneurship is having the strongest impact on innovativeness. As you can see, the coefficient here is almost 1. It's very, 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 very high. It doesn't happen very often. And the p-value is 0. It means that it's significant at 99%. Very little chance that it will not occur. Okay. Now, okay, we have here the R square. I don't want to explain that because it will be too technical, but it's the variance explained for those who understand. Now, let's see the slope. The slot, the moderating slot. Now, every time you see in the moderation test a minus, a sign minus, it means that the The slots are crossing each other somewhere. Okay? So you can anticipate that before you even see the. So let's see, here we are testing the moderating effect of gender on the relationship between entrepreneurship passion and risk-taking. What we see here is that at a lower level of entrepreneurship passion, at a lower level of, at a lower level of gender, which in this case is female, at a lower level of gender, among female, entrepreneurship, the relationship between risk-taking and entrepreneurship passion is, the female are in red. This is the pattern of the female is in red. The pattern of the male is in green. So you can see that at a lower level, for female, at a lower level of risk-taking and entrepreneurship passion, the relationship, let me put it nicely. For female, the relationship between risk-taking and entrepreneurship passion varies, okay? If that relationship is low, okay, to a certain extent, till here, it's a weak, and you can see female below the male. Can you see? At a certain extent, okay, the relationship becomes strong between risk-taking and entrepreneurship passion. Somewhere here. Okay? But when you look at the slot itself, you see that the slot of the ladies is more sharp. Yeah, it means that among ladies, this relationship is actually stronger than it is for men when it comes to risk-taking. And this challenge a little bit that stereotype that thinks that no, males has an advantage when it comes, they have more quality, they are more predisposed in terms of quality than female. Okay? It happened for all of them. Same thing happened for innovativeness. At a certain level, the relationship is low between innovativeness and entrepreneurship passion at a certain level. But the more the passion grows, the more there's a tendency for innovation, for female to beat the male. Okay? To beat the male. That's what it says. The question are coming, Prof. Yeah, 5 minutes. Okay, cool. Let me conclude. Key highlight. Findings reveal that gender moderates these three relationships. Surprisingly, the effect of entrepreneurship passion on these three relationships is stronger among females compared to male. And lastly, implications. This study contributes to the literature by clarifying the role of entrepreneurship passion and gender in the formation of entrepreneurship orientation of young adults in developing nations. Government should target and increase support to young females that are passionate about entrepreneurship trade instead of putting money everywhere, expecting that everybody will become an entrepreneur, and we end up with 80% of business closing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm done. I hope I try my best to...
Thank you, Dr. Nkwe. I think already you know that you have a question. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I wanted to say, I thought at the intersection level, I mean the moderation level there, at the lower level, I thought I didn't hear you talking about males at the lower level. I think males put a higher, at the lower level. I thought it's below, going down. Yeah, somewhere there. What is a comment there?
Yes, this lot, it's just I don't have time. This lot can be divided into two. Yes. It needs to be divided into two to be interpreted. At a lower level of entrepreneurship passion, yes, male tend to have a higher level of
exactly. That's what I'm saying. You did not mention that.
Yeah, I can't mention
I was in this meeting, let us say.
But thank you, Prof. Thank you. Yes, that's how it's interpreted. But you see that the biggest chunk of the model, women actually catch up. So you cannot expect women who have high entrepreneurship passion are most likely to display a higher innovativeness compared to men. But men who have lower entrepreneurship passion are most likely to display higher innovativeness than female. So you're right.
Any question? Yes, doctor. Noted.
Thank you so much for a very wonderful area. To me, it triggers a lot of, yeah, my brain rushes. Why? Because of late, quite a number of concepts are being borrowed from psychology, sociology, and commerce in general. We are failing to take them in their contextual discussion, to the point where sometimes, if you track on most reviewers, when they come, for example, issues to do with gender, if you go back to sociology and other fields where we borrow, they speak of difference between sexual orientation and gender. And they bring up issues to do with gender stereotyping and other issues. So I understand in your review, literature review, you brought that to clarity so that it goes on to even your recommendation. You spoke of females and other issues. Those interpretations can connect to that literature. And also the issue of refining the concept of passion. I understand you have brought it up in such a way that it's clear to say this is the concept of passion. It's different from concept of innovation in those characterization. So from there, it would be clear as you brought up those variables that you are now analyzing. So basically that's my
Thank you for the
thank you so
contribution.
much for that.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much for the statistical doctor. Some of us have tend to shy away, as in for now, from quantitative. But then I have questions just to clarity, because you just talked about the sample size, and it's a well-known fact that in quantitative study you cannot isolate population from your sample size. So I just want to know what the population of study was, and secondly, how did you, because we tend to been told then that sample size does not just emerge on itself. There must be, okay.
Yes, I'm listening.
Okay, that there must be a pattern or a way through which you were able to arrive at a sample size. So I want to know again that how did you arrive at the 617? And lastly, the sample size, how were they recruited? Because there should be a format to how they become part of the study. How were they recruited into your study?
Okay, thank you very much for these questions. I really skipped this slide because I see people are tired and it's really difficult for a speaker to talk to people who are tired. So I also want to get the feedback from this place.
I just want to understand if it's intentionally skipped or that's what I just asked.
Okay, if it's intentionally, yes, I skip it intentionally. Yeah, all the information.
Okay.
But you asked few important questions. Population is all the young adults. I didn't only focus on those who have done entrepreneurship, okay, or those who are in university. As all the young adult population, the sample size you see it 617. How did you recruit them? It was a convenient sampling. Whoever wanted to participate was welcome to participate to the study. When it comes to SEM, we don't, the previous method of sample size does not really apply. Now, the sample size depends on the complexity of the method, of the model. So if in your model you have 20 items involved in the model, I'm saying anything, 20 items, you need, for those who are pessimistic, they say you need to multiply by 10. No, 15, pessimistic. And others says, optimistic says 5 for each item. And there's one guy there in the middle, I don't know if it's here or who there, he said 10. So there's some calculation that you get them far, far away from that. I mean, this sample size is really big. So, okay, is there any other question? Oh, Prof. When is my professor who is asking me question?
No, I'm not asking to expose, but to have a conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, the concept of entrepreneurial orientation. The dimensions of it, I think you only covered specific, because there's autonomy as well, there's competitive aggressiveness. Do you have a specific reason why you only covered 3 out of the rest? Okay, keep that one in mind. I know you have got an answer to that one. But it's something worth thinking about, because I know reviewers, when they know a construct like that, there's already an expectation in terms of the dimensions of that one. So for whatever reason you bring to the table, I think it must be sufficiently justified so that reviewers won't make a lot of noise around that, or they will not project a picture that you underrepresented the nature of the construct. That's number one. Then the issue of the cross-sectional study and combined with convenience sampling. I know some reviewers have already had a bit of a run-off with some of the reviewers around cross-sectional studies, with a greater preference for longitudinal studies, to say, yeah, but you only covered a specific sample at a particular point in time. What if the dimensions of this same sample vary or are dynamic over time? How do you address that in your study? I think that's one of the noise that some of the reviewers often make around cross-sectional studies, combined with the issue of convenience sampling. For those who might not have a very good exposure to research methodology, they normally try and what is the term now? Yeah, compartmentalize and say, okay, convenience sampling is likely for the qualitative studies. We wouldn't expect it to feature much in quantitative studies, for the basic reason that it might disrupt issues of generalizations. What's your comment to that?
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor. Answer to your first question, yes. When it comes to entrepreneurship orientation, there are actually 5 sub-dimensions. But these three are the most studied. So there are some papers that were written, they made a comparison study, because the concept of entrepreneurship orientation is not only applied at the individual level, it's also applied in organization. Correct. Yes. So he made a comparative study, and he compared the application of the 5 versus the 3 in individual studies. It means that here I'm not dealing with individuals, with company, I'm dealing with individuals. Correct. I'm assessing at individual level. And based on that paper, the 3 were more common. So I decided to go, because I'm assessing it at the individual level. So I decided to go to follow that trend that is dominant in the literature. So yes, that's one thing. The cross-sectional study. Okay, the cross-sectional study. In research there will always be limitation. You cannot research everything. Okay, we have many constraints: the budget, the time, and many things. So I would mention it as a limitation, and to say that further study can look at it at a longitudinal approach. Convenience sampling here is purely justified because we don't have a sampling frame of young adult. Because you don't have a sampling frame, you cannot go for the probabilistic. What you are left with, what? Non-probabilistic. So that's my target. There's no sampling frame. I don't have a list in front of me where I'm going to skip now. So, yeah. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nkwe. It was quite a very interesting presentation. You were always saying that you are not talking to everyone here, and even saying that not everyone will understand. What will you do next time to ensure that we are all I felt it out because I'm one of those who had Krieg at some point.
Okay, sorry. If I spoke with Prof. Chipunza and he gave me a little bit, and I'm doing a lot of training on SEM, so I knew that what I'm saying is so uncomfortable to listen to something you don't understand. And I don't have time to train here. I came to present my paper. So I knew. So I knew that I can't explain the way I'm supposed to explain to you these things. That's why I say if you don't understand, it's fine. But those who can understand, because there's a question there.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to it. You can just finish up.
Okay. So I say for those who can understand, and I managed to explain, so please don't feel offended. I was just considering what Prof told me, that we need to start with the bases before, but I still had to mention the limitation of that tool, because it's important. You cannot present a tool without talking about the weakness of the tool. And the management is here, they will take decision based on that. So I just felt like, it was not really part of my presentation, I just felt like I need to tell them what are the limitations of what they are about to.
All right, there's a question in the chat box. Is there a reason why factor loadings were not reported in your assessment of a convention validity?
Yes, if it will be reported in the paper, just in the presentation, but there's no way I will have the AVE that I have with the problem of factor loading, okay? There are certain indicators that when you look at them, you can already predict that there's no, come on, if you have an AVE of 0.7, 0.8, you can't have a problem of factor loading, but in the paper, they will be there, okay? Has a limited time.
Okay, still on the discourse about your application of convenience sampling, to recruit your sample. I am beginning to think that you said that those that constitute your sample size were
All
those.
young adults.
How do you mean by young adults?
18 to 35, according to the literature.
Okay, now if you now apply convenience to those young adults, are you not saying that thinking that the sample size can fall towards a particular trend because you are using convenience by way of those that are available, you speak to them, So are you not thinking that it could result to having a trend whereby a large number of the population will be tilted towards a certain, age range or even gender? Because here you speak to understanding the nexus between gender, moderating, and all of this. So, are you not thinking if you constitute them by convenience, you could have, for an instance, more to speak to, a male and less to speak to female? Will that trend not affect your results at the end of the day?
Okay, yes, this is a very good question. Convenient sampling, I didn't say purposive, purposive sampling. That's what I've said.
I understand it too.
Yes, I'm trying to explain.
Okay.
Purposive sampling means that I choose. Convenient means that you can even select yourself. This was an online survey. I didn't pick anybody. People who wanted to select themselves participated. For gender, I requested that there will be a quota, 50-50, because I'm doing a comparative study. But the rest, I left it open. So there's no pattern that I will have control because I'm choosing someone. No.
All right. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. I don't.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's give him a round of applause. I don't know. I'll give it to you here. Colleagues, we went over time by almost 40 minutes. And we went over time by 40 minutes. But I think we can also attribute that to the fact that most of the presentations today, they really sparked some questions and debates. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. So for that, we are really grateful. Colleagues, this brings us to the last part of our program. Prof. Frida, I'm hoping that this time around, there you go. So Prof. Frida is going to do a vote of thanks for us. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you so much, and thank you, colleagues. I hope I'm audible. And please give me my 5 minutes. I won't keep you long. But we need to say thank you to a few people. First of all, I would like to thank Prof. Strydom for joining us this morning. We know he has a very busy schedule. And then also for his willingness to support our skills development as far as research is concerned. It's on record, so we will take him up on that. Secondly, Prof. Chipunza, Assistant Dean, Research, Innovation and Engagement, thank you very much for the manner in which you are leading our research portfolio in the faculty. It's really commendable. And you are doing a sterling job, Prof. Thank you very much. But we also know that you can't do it without Retabile. Retabile, thank you very much for all the work you are doing behind the scenes, not just today, but always. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Makanyana, thank you very much for a thought-provoking address this morning. And I agree with what you said, that we shouldn't just focus on knowledge creation, but also on the social impact of our research. We are not just here to promote our own portfolios, but also to create knowledge, to be innovative and to create a better life for our students. So thank you very much for your presentation. Our colleagues that presented today, wow, what a day. I think it was by far one of the best prestige lectures that we have had. Thank you very much for taking the time and the effort to present today. I know it don't just happen. It's a lot of preparation that goes into your presentations. You did so well. I didn't even feel tired today. Amanda, like you said, higher educational institutions should show that we have independence of thought. And I think that was evident from the presentations today. So thank you very much to the presenters. Stefan Ferrara, thank you very much. You saved us a trip to Bloem. And luckily we couldn't speak and ask our questions. Otherwise we would have finished at 5 today. So thank you, Stefan. And then last but not least, our program director, Mr. Mokoena, thank you for the exquisite and professional manner in which you managed our program today. You did a great job. Thank you very much. And then last but not least, our attendees, thank you very much to all the faculty members and the friends of the faculty that attended today's session. I hope you all enjoyed today's session and that we will all see you next week, Wednesday, when we have our Herman Mashaba lecture. So thank you very much, colleagues. Have a great evening and see you all next week, Wednesday.
Thank you very much, Prof. Frida. Colleagues, just one last more thing. I think I'm going to call Prof. Chipunza to come forward. Colleagues, I see that some of our presenters, from morning till now, they are not here. But we would just like to, I know that Prof. Frida has already acknowledged all our presenters, but just to say thank you for your participation. Prof. Chipunza is going to present certificates to all those that are present here. So I'm not really sure who is here. When we call your name, if you can just come forward. I think there's only 3. 4?
1.
Yeah. 3. All right.
5.
The first one is
5.
Mr. TTC is not
5.
here, right?
No.
I'm just trying to see who is here. Miss Molebati, if you can just come forward.
Yes.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. We have Ms. Kotsia. Not here. Ms. Musikatsana.
Congratulations. This way. Give me the certificate.
Oh, thank you very much. Oh, sorry. I almost forgot. Thank you for reminding me. Dr. Nkwei, am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yes.
Thank you very much. There you go. We will deliver the message to Dr. Salele. Did you hear that, doctor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just his weaknesses.
Yes. And then we also have Dr. Adelua, if you can just come forward. And then I think this is the last, Miss Naidu. Thank you very much. All right, and now to our keynote speaker. I'm not going to repeat what Prof. Frida said, but as a token of appreciation, we have something for you.
Come for a job.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what's in here.
Yeah,
I'm curious.
You have to find out it's a surprise.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ines. Token of
There you go. Thank you very much, Prof. Chipunza. You may be seated. Colleagues, once again, thank you very much for attending. It's been a long day, but a very interesting one. Please take care. God bless. See you next time. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you.